Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. It's Fiona Steil-Anthony, and I'm delighted to be joined today for commentary by Grandmaster Jose Martinez. Jose, such a pleasure to be doing commentary with you. How are you doing?
Thank you so much, Fiona. Thank you for it's an honor to be with you in Hikaru's channel. Thank you also to Hikaru for inviting me to commentate his participation in this St. Louis Rapid and Blitz 2024. Hello, everyone in the chat. We're very happy to host this event.
Absolutely. It's going to be an exciting event. We start with 3 days of Rapid. You can see on the screens right now the 10 players in the field. Hikaru there in the bottom middle. Then we have Fabiano, Caruana. We have a lot of I think all the top US players are there. Fabi, Wesley So, Levon Aronian, Lenier Dominguez. Jan Nepomniachtchi is there, Aliweza Firuja, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and then two youngsters, Pragnananda and Abdusattorov. What is your prediction? I know it's the very beginning of the tournament and it's a combination of Rapid and Blitz, but what are you expecting from this tournament?
I think if we consider the latest results in the big online events, I think Aliweza Firuza and also Hikaru has the best chances, but we should not forget that Fabiano Caruana won the last Grand Chess Tour event, so he will defend his title. I think the competition will be on that three players.
Interesting. Well, we might get already an indication today because as we can maybe talk quickly about Hikaru's opponents of the day. The games in St. Louis have actually started already, but there is a 10-minute delay, so we will start receiving the moves 3 minutes from now. Hikaru plays MVL in the first game, then he will play Abdusattorov, and finally the last game of today will be against Fabi. So 3 big matchups. Do you feel it's a little bit of an advantage? Do you feel it's nice to start with 2 whites on the first day?
I think will be a good warm-up. I hope Hikaru can make a really good start this day one. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave for sure is a well-known player for Hikaru. I think he prepared something to start good with the white pieces. I don't know. His next 2 opponents, Abdusattorov and Fabiano, I think Hikaru can make 3 of 3 if he is in the best shape. To be honest, I believe in Hikaru.
I love the optimism. That's what, I'm so used to commentate here with John Ludwig Hammer, and usually I'm the optimistic one of us two. So I think finally I met my master. I enjoy the enthusiasm and the optimism you have. We're gonna be here for quite a long time today because the time control is quite a long, rapid time control, 25 plus 10. What do you think of the time control?
For me, seems a slow classical chess. 25 plus 10 is the longest time control. I think is the longest legit time control to be considered a rapid. And yeah, each game could be 1 hour actually. We can spend more than 1 hour in one game. A lot of prep, a lot of strong lines. What do you expect? I don't know.
Yeah, I think, as you said, I think games could easily last more than an hour. I think the players they knew their opponents long in advance. So I think these days specific preparation even for Rapid, for Blitz has become more and more advanced. The players, we can see them on the camera. We see Hikaru there and MVL, who's having a sip of coffee, tea, I'm not sure, but they are ready to do battle. And yeah, it's great to see Hikaru back at the board again. I'm curious to see how it's gonna go for him. He just this week qualified to the semifinals of the Speed Chess Championship in Paris, so I'm sure he will be feeling confident after the display he showed against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Let me ask you a tricky question because it's always hard to know what to expect. What do you think we'll see on the first move?
I think I consider Hikaru a e4 player actually, but sometimes when he doesn't want to memorize many lines, he will play knight f3 already. But I
Right
think
on cue, Jose. E4, you said it and the move appeared on the board. And wow. Okay. A big surprise from the start, no?
yeah, actually it's an interesting choice. I think we are aware, everyone, Maxime is a well-known Sicilian player, so I think the way Hikaru is playing is try to surprise his opponent, playing a really not well-known line f4, and now bishop b5. I'm out of book now.
You know, f4 is funny because if I rewind just a couple of moves, I like the move f4, but I always start with knight c3 and then follow it up with f4 on the next move, which is the Grand Prix attack. But f4, f4 on move 2 is very rare. And I don't know, you said bishop b5, you're out of book. So is bishop b5 not one of the main moves here?
Actually, f4 is not one of the main moves.
That is true.
That's why you play knight c3 to avoid d5, and then f4 to transpose to the famous Grand Prix line. But I think it's this clear preparation for Hikaru, because it's not a usual move to check in the third move, and you need to develop your pieces. You know, everyone should develop the pieces in the first moves, but not in that way.
Yeah, it's quite unusual, right? F4 is also, let's not forget it, a weakening of the king. The king loses one of its main defenders. And I think d5 is a logical response, right? We always learn if somebody attacks you on the side of the board, it's normal to respond in the center. And after bishop b5 check, I'm curious, what does your instinct tell you? How do you want to block this check? There's a few different options.
I'm thinking about what will Hikaru do after bishop d7. I guess he will take because any other move doesn't have sense. But I don't know what is his idea. He wants to play the French structure after e5. He wants to play d3 and some kind of yeah.
Well, actually, I think we're getting the answer because Maxime played bishop d7 and Hikaru quickly played d3.
It's interesting setup. I think he will play with attacking ideas, knight f3, queen e2, castle, and then or maybe queen e1, like the Grand Prix.
Like in the Grand Prix, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it also maybe depends on what Maxime will do with this bishop. Will he play g6 and bishop g7, or will he play e6? I guess both are possible, or what do you think?
Yeah, we need to look that if black takes e4 and then takes the queen in d1, that will be not a good endgame for black. And then black should play e6, I think, because I consider if black plays g6.
You mean here?
Yeah.
In the live position.
But if Maxime plays e6, he can play g6 after that. I mean, he needs to think where the bishop wants to be developed, because e5, I think it's a Hikaru move in the future. And if the black bishop is in g7, I think Hikaru will be really happy about it.
Absolutely. By the way, hello chat. I see there's still a lot of people coming in. There's over 4,000 of you watching us already. Many people are surprised to see you here. I think you told me before we went live, it's your first time commentating in English. Is that correct?
In English, yeah. This is my first time ever in my second language, actually. I used to commentate in Spanish a few years ago. But I am now experiencing a new challenge. I guess will be difficult for me now, but I hope I will do my best for every single person who is watching the Hikaru channel and enjoy the commentary. I will do my best to show my best commentary for everyone.
I think people, from what I can see in the chat, are very happy to see you here. I'm very happy to be in the commentary booth with you. And meanwhile, we had one move. So knight c6 was played. by MVL and a quick response from Hikaru, who clearly still in his prep, knight f3. And I guess, again, what you're saying is black should never really, you think these endgames will always be favorable for white?
If Hikaru plays e5, and I don't know if we'll consider that, that kind of a structure, the French structure, is not good for him because he has
You mean
the
here
bad bishop.
instead of,
Yeah, if or later maybe.
or even later, okay.
If he decide to play e5 later,
Mm-hmm.
he has a bad bishop for the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because the pawns in the dark squares. But I think he will try to maintain the tension in the center. The thing is how he will develop his ideas. I'm not sure. Without e5, it's really difficult to see it.
Well, could we see some kind of ideas like in the Grand Prix, which you mentioned, queen castles, queen e1, and try to hope for an f5 push, or you think without the light squared bishop, it will not be as effective?
I think it's too early to decide and to think about that f5 breakup. But in the Grand Prix, you use the queen e1, queen h4 maneuver, I mean after castle, and it's better when black fianchetto in the king side, no?
Yeah.
Because you can try to trade the dark square bishops. But if black plays just e6, bishop e7, and knight f6 setup, I don't think that queen e1, queen g3 or
So
idea.
you're saying, let's say black plays e6 here,
Castle,
castle, and what bishop?
yeah, but it's now difficult because if knight f6, e5, you're winning a tempo, you're forcing knight to come back. And actually, Maxime played g6 now, and I think it's a good idea.
Okay, so I guess castle will happen.
I think he will try to develop the knight in the e7 square. Just try to avoid the e5 winning tempo for Hikaru.
So let's say what, something.
Yeah, bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
Knight c3 is
Something like this, and then
seems like you can check the black king after ed5, rook e1, but it's nothing, just a check. Yeah? It's just a check.
Knight e7.
And then I don't like the white position. You can see the strong g7 bishop against the weak c1 bishop of white. This position
Let me remember, sorry, just where my my color word. There we go. Strong bishop against bad bishop.
Yeah, actually it's a bad bishop because the f4 pawn exists. If the pawn is in f2, the c1 bishop can do something, at least some idea to trade between the g7 bishop.
I mean, this pawn will also be a weakness here at some point, right?
Actually, and also that diagonal of g1 a7 is a really weakness for the white king.
Yeah, so this is not something we want. We even saw the computer bar. I'm sure the viewers at home noticed it as well when we tried this line taking, and Rook checked, the computer immediately said, this is not so great.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to show it because many new players in chess likes to check really fast in the opening, but not always is the best way to continue the game. It seems like the check could be an advantage, but not. If you are just checking and nothing more, is a waste of time, maybe.
I think that's a great point to make. I think I'm one of these people who sometimes I'm like, oh, the king is still in the center. Can I do something? But in this case, it's very solid, right? I like what you pointed out with the knight coming to e7, because often when I play the Grand Prix, I'm very happy, you know, to see the knight on f6. So I think it's a good suggestion, and we can see that black is not in a rush. There is nothing white can do immediately. There's one move. I see the computer mentions f5 here, which at least is interesting.
Actually, it's a typical idea because if black takes with the g pawn, you can take you can take in d5 or f5, and you're double doubling the pawns, and for sure you have now some ideas.
Yeah, I mean, this looks... Computer saying, yeah, knight h4 and immediately target the pawn on f5, which looks good.
Yeah. Knight g7 and maybe queen h5, and now you need to think if you want to castle short. Maybe now you will like the long castle. Anyway, it's not a really good position for Maxime.
And it's interesting to me that Hikaru is thinking after g6. It's his first think of the game, which surprises me, right? Because there's only this bishop needs to come out. So it was clear black will either at some point play e6 or g6. What do you think Hikaru is thinking about here?
Maybe he's remember his prep. I hope this kind of new opening it's a prep, because positionally is not like really good, and g6 also is a hard way to develop the pieces. So Hikaru didn't expect that kind of move, so he's thinking how he can do something. The bad thing of this position is do something with white, because there's not many ideas. Just you told me f5, but he need to calculate in advance to see that.
Yeah, I'm curious. I thought he could at least make one more move quickly. I thought castling surely surely it can't be bad, but maybe. Is there something more important that we have to do than castling?
Here, maybe he's thinking about knight c3 and try to put pressure in the e file. Maybe knight c3 now, e6, and queen e2. That kind of I ignore the short castle. I try to put problems really quick, and now it's time to Maxime to think.
Interesting.
Also, or Hikaru just plays c3 like in the game.
I played c3. Okay. Okay, so that's something we didn't discuss yet at all. In a lot of lines we were looking at, the knight was coming out. So what is c3? Like, it's partly fighting against this bishop?
Yeah, it's a prophylaxis move, I think. But he can do it in the future. I don't know why he's doing it now. Maybe just preventing some 94 exchange, typical exchange of 94. But yeah, he will play now queen e2 alone and short castle really fast. There is no other kind of moves.
And what about, okay, so he quickly plays queen e2 as you predicted?
Yeah.
What about this knight now? Will it go to d2, or could it maybe even go to a3 and then try to jump either to b5 or back to c2? What future do you predict for the knight on b1?
Yeah, we need to see in which square we want that knight, not the final, the best square possible, many moves in the future. And I don't see a really good square. For the fianchetto, a nice square could be g4, because you can put pressure in the h6 and f6 direct squares, but it's hardly difficult.
It's a long road.
Yeah.
Where do we want to? Maybe like this?
But the bad thing is when you put the knight in e3, black can play d4 and break up the center. That is the bad part of that maneuver.
So what, will we see a quick castle? Castle has to be played anyway, right? There's no way white will ever castle queenside.
Bishop e3. Okay. Now d4, I think it's not forced, but it's the only way to equalize or put problems for white.
I'm surprised Hikaru played bishop e3 so quickly. I wonder if he's back. You were talking about preparation. I think for sure this is something. I think we have gotten information that Chris Littlejohn, Hikaru's long-term second for many, many years, is in St. Louis with him. So for sure, He's been taking this tournament seriously. This is something that was cooked at home. So I think the fact that he played bishop e3, to me, it's surprising. And wow, MVL also quickly decided not to go for d4, which, I mean, maybe we can look at d4 for 1 second, because
Yeah.
you liked it, the computer liked it, and I'm curious why MVL decided so quickly not to go for this. If you're white, do you take?
Maybe not. Maybe I can play bishop f2. Okay, take is the first move you need to consider, but bishop f2 is the second one, because white likes to close the position. If black now don't play dc3, d takes c3,
So
white
let's
will
say something like this.
something like c4, I think, and play okay, in a close position, but you have a lot of attacking ideas with e5, knight d2, e4, and now with the bishop in f2, you can play bishop h4 and try to reach the f6 square. So yeah,
Interesting.
a lot of opportunities. So
but
after
black could have taken here, right?
yeah,
And then
that is the thing is not good for Hikaru. And knight c3 b6. You have a permanent weakness in d3. Also, that d4 square is bad, but you can play e5. No, you can play e5, restrict the g7 bishop, play knight e4. But this is the typical position that you have weaknesses, black weaknesses. Is really dynamic. But I don't trust the white chances here. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm also, that's why I'm surprised that MVL very quickly decided not to go d4, and instead he played b6. And Hikaru now quickly closing the position with e5.
Yeah, that is interesting. I was expecting bishop f2 from Hikaru, just saving his bishop and preventing d4.
Because after d4 here?
No, yeah, you can play c4.
And
no, the bishop is not attacking on e3.
Yeah.
But e5, okay, could work. For sure, is the best move. Personally, I don't like, because it's the typical French position you need to play in a unique way to win. I prefer more the dynamic positions, like you have a lot of opportunities and ideas.
But MVL is not really a French player, right? So do you think that Hikaru could make the argument that he will be more comfortable in these structures than Maxime?
Actually, the French is not opening that match his style, I mean, of Maxime, but it's easy to play, actually. There is only one idea in this position, and it's a f6. I think if black doesn't play f6 in any time, like, we'll just get crushed. And then try to play e5.
Oh, and Jose, just as you say it, f6 is on the board, and chat, very good. MVL is a French player, you got me. He is a French player who doesn't play the French, correct?
Actually, I'm not a French player, but when I reach the French structures, I do really well. I don't know why. I don't know how, actually, but I do.
Do you think it's because of what you said, that the plans are quite clear in a way?
Yeah, and also when you face the French defense or the French structure, you overestimate your opportunities. I always overestimate. When I am white, I just think, okay, I will do every random move, I will maintain my advantage, but it's not. Black is improving with the slow moves, and then when the moment gets, you didn't realize, and you are just bad with white.
I know the feeling very well. So in this f6, Hikaru reacted with d4, and MVL takes. So now a big question: how do we recapture this pawn on e5?
That is a good one. I think Hikaru takes with e5 because he wants the calm position. He doesn't want to get in any trouble. But if he takes with the d pawn, he will get a nice and interesting strategic position. I'm being strategic because the G7 bishop will get restrict for almost the entire game. And the main difference between take with F and take with D pawn is the F file will not get open. So black cannot get any counterplay in the F file.
Very interesting. Hikaru actually, so Hikaru decided to take with the F pawn. I was going to ask you in general for our viewers who are watching, you know, for me as well, and if this was my game, I understand that it's a huge decision how to recapture. But how do you make that thought process? How do you decide, you know?
Mainly when you play a lot of games with the same structure, you tend to reach that kind of structures if the time comes. No? For example, if I have the same decision and need to decide if I take with F pawn or D pawn, I will take with F pawn because I am not. I didn't play a lot of games with the structure after DE7, DE5. So it's kind of, if you feel comfortable, if you feel in your game, in your house, at home, I mean at home in your structure, in the structure you won a lot of games, you will reach it, even if you don't know which decision is better.
Interesting. Yeah. So Hikaru went for F takes. He kept the symmetry of the pawn structure, and finally both sides have castled. And wow, this is a very, very interesting. Sorry, what did I do? 1 second. Okay, never mind. One thing I'm wondering here in this position is
G4.
G4. I see the computer suggestion. I don't understand it yet, but is it mainly just to take away that square from the Black Knight?
This kind of move, it's always a mistake when you learn chess. You don't need to move your king side or your castle pawns, but the position is close. Actually,
Hikaru played it, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to attack that pawn. Also, it's impossible to attack that pawn with another piece than the h7 pawn. And actually has a really clear idea, no? Just restrict the e7 knight, don't allow knight f5, and that will be, you will see now in the future positions that has a lot of impact in the position.
And now it's getting quite tricky actually for black. Okay, this knight, as you mentioned, is completely restricted. So what kind of plans should black aim for here?
The only way I can play with black is in the queen side. The king side is totally dominated for Hikaru. The g7 bishop is bad. The f8 rook doesn't have any square than f7, and also in f7 is not doing nothing. Maxime should play now rook c8, knight a5. Try to trade queens could be a good decision, but even if black trade queens, it's not a clear decision. He will not equalize the game. This kind of position, if Hikaru plays technically excellent or at least decent technically, he will win without any issues because yeah, you feel comfortable. This position, even me, I feel like I have an advantage.
He also has an advantage on the clock, already up 5 minutes. One thing I wonder about when you say black should play on the queen side, is black ever in time to do something like c4 and then start pushing the pawns, or do you feel it's just too slow?
When you play c4, you are trusting you're in the b5 before a breakup, but I don't think. The time you play c4, white will start to play h4, h5, and I think you need just 6 moves to reach the black king, and it's over for Maxime. So
you
now
think
Maxime,
too dangerous, yeah.
Yeah, now Maxime should play something really quick to avoid the upcoming attack from Hikaru.
Rook c8, as you predicted. Somebody in the chat was mentioning rook f2 with an idea of bringing the knight to f1. What do you think of that plan?
Could be an interesting one. Actually, you can do many ideas in this position. I don't know what you think about king g2 and rook h1 and then h4, h5. Even now,
I always like these. The computer didn't like it, but whenever if there's an attacking idea, I will always be on board to try it. What happens actually if you try h4 immediately? Is that
I don't like because maybe
okay.
It's kind of weird to open the position with your king in g8, but also the white king it's in g1, so it's they are in equal terms. No, they are open the king side and the chaos will start. But I think Hikaru should prepare some moves, avoiding h5, and then plays h4, h5 by himself.
So let's say you play king g2. If MVL ever plays h5 now here,
h3.
you just h3, you know?
Yeah.
Just keep the pawn here.
It's more important to restrict that e7 knight than start to attack because you don't have all the pieces ready. The knight in b1, the rook in a1 are not ready for the attack, and that is a main concept in the attacking positions. You need to play with all the pieces.
And that makes me wonder, actually, Hikaru started with h3 immediately. I was wondering, can I not take this knight out immediately? But I still wasn't, I mean, I would probably put it to d2, but I see the computer wanted to put the knight to a3. And I'm just wondering, was knight b5, would the knight even do anything if it came to d6, let's say?
I think other reason to do knight a3 instead of knight d2 is because black will continue with cd4, and then cd4. If the knight is in d2, black will play knight b4, and then...
Let me show that real quick. So...
yeah, knight b4, and then the knight c2 threat is really dangerous. Not because black is winning a pawn. It's not winning any piece. Just because black will trade the e3 white bishop, and then black has not a lot of space. The trades are good for Maxime. So after knight c2, knight takes c3, black just will equalize because now you don't have a lot of knights without squares.
Hey, that actually makes perfect sense. Now I understand why I should have put the knight on a3, not on d2. And after h3, okay, MVL is starting play on the queen side. But you see, I don't understand. Now the computer is saying knight d2, and I don't understand what's the big difference.
Because you need to see the last move of black. The last move of Maxime was b5, and the pawn before that was in b6, doing a really good job restricting or covering the c5 square. Now knight d2 has the idea of knight b3, knight c5, and you can see the e6 square or the e6 pawn will just fall apart.
So now it's a whole different story, right? Because here we don't care about it so much if you take the bishop, because we're gonna get the square.
It's a really totally different scenario, totally different position with the pawn on b5. If the pawn was on b6, for sure will be at least equal for black.
I always find it so interesting how one little move, you know, changes the whole dynamic of the position, because suddenly there is a hole here. Hikaru decided to play knight a3 anyway.
I think he wants to reach the d6 square, but yeah, it's a nice square for a knight, for his knight, but it's better than c5 square for sure. because in the d6-1 you are not attacking any piece, but in the c5 square you are attacking e6, and it's really difficult to defend it, actually.
Well, this pawn is under attack right now, so what I imagine either a6 or just keep pushing. What happens if MVL keeps pushing?
Yeah, I think according to Hikaru's style, he will play knight b5. He likes to put problems, to create a ghost in the position, so a knight in d6 will start I like to say the chaos.
Okay. But it's funny, right? Let's say, for example, rook b8, and okay, the knight jumps here. And it's weird. I always find these pieces so weird because I feel, okay, they're a bit annoying. They're kind of covering a lot of squares, and it's not so easy to kick them out. But as you were saying, the knight is not really attacking anything. So I'm never sure how to feel about a knight like this one.
If you are facing Hikaru, that knight will create the famous Hikaru effect, I think. You will be so scary to do one move.
Yeah.
You will be alert anytime. You need to calculate every single trick with that that knight can make. So it's a nice psychological decision for Hikaru.
And MVL is still he is still thinking. I mean, the rook just came to c8, right? Do you think it's psychologically a bit difficult to make a move like rook back to b8 because the rook just came here, or it's not a big problem?
I think he's calculating that line. I don't see any
b4.
other scenario. No, rook b8.
Ah, rook b8. Okay.
Yeah, and he wants to, after take knight b5, he wants knight b7. I mean, if you take knight b7, and he's trying to understand if that counterplay is enough.
Here, yeah.
Yeah, after knight b7, you're threatening knight queen take b2, and yeah, maybe it could work, but I don't know.
Oh wow, we got a lot of moves. So b4. It looks like they are heading down, more or less what we were looking at.
Oh, knight b4.
But let's stop here after knight b4 because they played this all so quickly. So, okay, Hikaru is not afraid of a piece landing on c2, right? So he went rook and rook c2.
If the rook's lands on c2 is not a problem, actually. He will maybe lose the a2 pawn, but the knight will get trapped in the a2 square.
So let's show that if the queen will... Where can I put the queen?
Yeah, bishop d2 actually is the best move because you are forcing white to make a decision, forcing black to make a decision.
Okay, and now, well, let's say we can show, I think,
Yeah.
that the knight gets trapped here, even queen a6, yeah, just picking it up.
Actually, queen a6 is better than rook a1 because queen a6 is avoiding queen a4, the only way to defend the knight.
Yeah, so you're saying if rook a1,
Yeah,
queen
black
a4.
has one more move, and actually is saving the knight.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that this knight could be saved here, but I mean, I thought, okay, even rook a1, queen a4, surely there must still be something, like black cannot survive, but it looks like...
In these positions, there is a well-known trick or well-known tactic that is rook f3, and then take the d4 pawn. So yeah, so after, for example, bishop e1, you can say I'm winning the knight, but rook f3 or also knight c3.
Wow, but the computer is going crazy,
Oh.
right? Here? Why
Oh,
does
it's
this...
crazy, yeah, because it has queen f7 and queen e8 at the end.
Oh, okay, let's just show that. So here it doesn't work because black cannot take.
It's incredible line.
Because they get mated. If knight here, very cute little smothered mate.
And for sure, Hikaru can calculate it and make a trap.
But there was this other... I mean, this, okay, now we enter territory. I'm not even sure. Okay, just counterattack.
Yeah, but in general, the sacrificing a piece in f3 is a typical idea.
Yeah. And
Here,
here black has these strange maneuvers, right, to save the knight suddenly.
yeah, actually in demand, because
Yeah.
if not, he's losing. How developed the game actually?
Didn't develop much, just queen d1
Oh,
was played.
queen d1. Okay, I think Hikaru is threatening bishop d2 or a3. I think both move works.
Okay, and let's just see one more time. This pawn cannot be captured, right? Because of the same queen b3 this time, and the knight is trapped. Okay.
Other move is just put the rook back in the c7 square. And now threat knight c2. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to avoid the knight c2 idea. I think rook f2 could be an option, but I don't. Okay, knight c8 is a nice strategic decision.
It's not all, I always find it so tricky, and I think it's well known, right, that backward knight moves are very hard to spot. Here it makes a lot of sense to fight against this knight, but it's, I think from a distance, not so easy to see these kind of moves.
And it's easy to ignore it. Yeah, you can think rook f2 is just solve all the problems, and then knight c8 also exchange your best piece on d6, and then you don't have any reason to believe you are with advantage.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, here black is suddenly looking quite happy, right, with control over the c file. Because when we started this, black had so many bad pieces, but now only this bishop, but this bishop feels like it could at some point, if it is allowed to h6 or to f8. Yeah, this looks better. But what do you make of the time? While we were chatting and looking at some moves, suddenly Hikaru has a 10-minute advantage on the clock.
Actually, I was thinking in the same. Yeah, the time is incredibly. Hikaru has his chances in that on the time actually. If he has in the position is the best scenario, but if he has in the time, you know Hikaru, you know how capable he is to put pressure when the opening is in a time trouble situation.
I didn't see when it happened, but you know, I've done commentary for Hikaru for so long, and we used to laugh about usually when Hikaru puts on his jacket, it's a sign that he feels he's almost running and he's ready to leave. I didn't see, I see he's back at the board. I see the jacket came on at some point. I didn't see when, but surely it must be a good sign that he is feeling good. MVL came back to c6 instead of c7, which we looked at.
Yeah, rook c6, I don't like it. I don't know what is the difference between rook c6 and rook c7. For example, bishop d2. Now you don't have the knight c6 move available. What he's expecting, what Maxime is thinking about.
What is he gonna do here?
Yeah. Could be an interesting tactic, I don't know, but no, it's not working. I was thinking about rook knight c2, rook c1, and then knight d4, take, and take, and take in c1, or yeah, exchange both rooks and then play or bishop e5 and attack both knights. But yeah, you know, you have always queen f7 and you will get mated. But yeah, if queen f7 doesn't exist, after bishop e5, both knights are hanging.
Yeah, some interesting tactics in the air still. A lot for MVL to figure out. Hikaru did not play bishop d2, he played knight g5.
Okay. Typical Hikaru move, just create more problems. If there are problems, Hikaru add new ones in the position.
But does he have a concrete threat right now?
rook f8 and queen f3. That is the main threat.
Very
Because
sneaky.
if that
So
threat
let's
doesn't
show
exist,
it. Yeah, let's show it very quickly. Just make a pass move to show. So you want to take on f8 and play queen f3, and again this f7 square.
yeah, there are a lot of pieces in the king side,
Yeah.
near to the black king. So it's almost impossible for black to survive, I think, because there is rook f1 next and it's finished.
But MVL finds this backward move we were talking about, knight c8. And suddenly the position is not so clear any longer. This knight, which was looking quite annoying on d6, Hikaru is going to have to exchange it, no? There's no way to hold on to it.
Yeah. After that trade, I think Hikaru will not have any kind of idea to create an attack. I think he will play, or he will just trade pieces and make the draw, or he needs to find a really complicated move to create more chaos and believe in Maxime in trouble.
Even here, I mean, I played this move automatically. The computer didn't like it. Prefers to take here, I guess, what to...
Yeah, rook c1 is a
to...
difficult move because it's not usual to trade rooks in that way.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised, I have to say, that Hikaru played knight g5 quite quickly. Of course, it's easy for me to say here, looking at the engine, but I'm really curious why Hikaru did not go for bishop d2, what he saw here.
I think he was not aware of knight c8, the idea. Because if you see knight c8 is coming, you will for sure consider after knight g5. Also, a bishop d2 is the only way to avoid it because you're attacking a piece.
Yeah. Oops, where did I go?
Yeah, bishop d2 here, and you don't let Maxime to do now the knight c8 idea. And actually, it's a difficult decision. Where do you put your knight?
I mean, surely this cannot be a move, right? It looks so ugly.
It's a move. I think it's not the best, but could be.
It saves the knight. At least something.
But now, at least that knight is really far from the action. Now, knight g5, knight c8 is a little different. You can take and play
Take where
rook,
here?
rook f8, bishop f8, and now knight f7. Knight d6 f7. For sure, if black plays h6, I was thinking about queen b1, but also you can play queen f3 and rook f1, and
Wow.
yeah, there is a lot of
How does this work?
calculation there.
This is insane. This line is crazy.
Rook c7 fail from because the f8 and f8 bishop is attacking, but yeah, queen d3. Okay,
Now your
that
idea
only
to
works
come...
because then the knight is in
Wow.
a6. Not don't forget the knight in a6.
Oh, and the knight, a double attack.
That is almost unbelievable to
Okay, that
explain.
was an insane line. Yeah, I'm with you. I think maybe Hikaru missed how strong this idea is of retreating the knight.
And now knight d6 f7 doesn't work, or take first and maybe take f8 first and then knight d f7 doesn't work because knight c2, and yeah, there is a lot of difference between the last position we see and
The
this
knight
position.
here on a6 makes a big difference.
Yeah. Because now white is losing a piece or exchange, actually.
I didn't even realize. Wow.
It's incredible that black is not winning.
Yeah.
For the engine is almost a complicated position. But
And it's what, a full piece, right?
yeah,
Full piece.
but now queen f3, you're threatening maybe queen f6, but I don't see really clear that because bishop g7 and
Ah, so the computer says just give the piece back
on h6, and
and
then
then
you
h6.
need to give one of your
Yeah.
knights.
Very, very messy. By the way, we just got some statistics as Hikaru is still thinking here after knight c8. So the record, the head-to-head between Hikaru and Maxime in classical games, it's 5 wins to Hikaru, 0 wins for MVL, 17 draws. If you include rapid and and in rapid and or exhibition games, Hikaru has won 39 to Maxime's 27 with 55 draws. So Hikaru has a substantial lead in both in classical and in rapid. And on chess.com, I'm surprised that they have only played 148 games. Hikaru won 68 of those. MVL won 34 and 46 were drawn. So Hikaru is leading in all the time controls, but after knight c8, it looks like MVL has solved maybe most of his problems here.
Yeah, actually, there are, you said they didn't play a lot of games in Chess.com. I think that games were from Title Tuesdays. Maybe at least 90% of that 148. Do you think?
Probably, yeah. I'm shocked if somebody asked me how many Blitz games do you think Hikaru and MVL played on. I mean, how many have you played against Hikaru? Probably many more, no?
Yeah, I can search it, but I think more than 2,000, if I'm not mistaken. Okay.
Yeah.
No, actually no. Just 870 games we played.
Okay, but still, that's I mean, probably if you included Bullet, then it would become a lot. But yeah, interesting that Hikaru and MVL. Maybe MVL doesn't play as much in the pool as other players. But he has found knight c8 here, and it's clear, I think we can conclude now that this move probably was missed from a distance by Hikaru, because not only has he not made a move, the time advantage is almost gone now. I think Hikaru will look for a way to keep some life in the position. He goes for rook b1.
And that is the best way to create chaos, to create complication in this position.
So what happens if I take on d6?
I will take that d6 knight, because if I take the b4 knight, that d6 knight will jump to c4, and I don't like that.
Well, actually, MVL has taken, so we will get an answer soon. So you said you would take here?
Yeah. And I think Hikaru is thinking about, after queen d6, for example, taking in f8, and then playing something like queen f3 or...
How do you even recapture bishop takes? Queen takes?
Queen takes is kind of weird, because queen a4,
Okay,
you're, yeah. And then queen f3, and Maxime now has a really difficult decision.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, queen d7.
Okay, at least, yeah, the bishop covers the knight, but I understand what you mean, that at least now we have created a lot of life, but Hikaru decided to take on b4 instead. This is exactly what you were saying, right? You wanted to avoid the knight jumping to c4.
Actually, the knight is not doing nothing on c4, but the d6 pawn, or at least in the d6 pawn in the other scenario, in the other position, was creating a lot of tactics. And for
this line we looked at.
Yeah, and also the b4 knight is not protected. It's in a difficult situation now, not protected. So for Maxime time, and he need to calculate a lot to solve that problem. But now he has a really safe position. He needs just to be sure about the f7 or f8 threats with queen f3 and that stuff, and he will just equalize.
Do you think these rooks should be exchanged? Do you think Maxime should take on f1 himself. No,
Yeah.
he says rook c8.
It's weird, but that move computer doesn't like. And I will
It
play.
doesn't hate it. It was maybe not the favorite, but
I will play every day rook c8 just to win the f files.
yeah. Yeah, I mean it's a very natural move. I'm a bit confused why the engine. Okay, I mean it didn't change much, right? The evaluation, but if you're Hikaru, if you still want to create, maybe it's too late already, but if you still want to create some complications, can we play, let's say, knight f3 to at least keep the rooks on the board?
Yeah, actually, it's an interesting concept if you want to maintain the two rooks. I mean, four rooks in the board, or just two rooks exchanging now. I think if the best decision is exchange the one rook now, rook f8, and then play knight f3. But now, okay, Hikaru plays rook b3. He will do it in his way, I think.
So what can MVL not just take on f1
Yeah, queen
and then play
f1.
rook f8?
The
Or
thing
not
is, the thing is,
what
with
is
one
wrong
rook,
with this?
it's not wrong. Just the position with one rook for both sides are really good for Hikaru because he can make an attack easier.
Okay.
With two rooks, black is capable to make counterplay. With one rook, is not enough to make counterplay. And if white will attack, black need to counterplay. That is yeah, that should work in this position.
But so I mean, I'm very curious by this move suggested by the computer, which I don't understand at all. I thought this knight was quite good on c4. Which piece? I mean, do you think black should never play h6? Will it just weaken the king too much, or can we ever play h6?
Against Hikaru, I will never play h6 because Hikaru knows how to create a lot of tricks against the weaknesses. If you play h6, you are creating not just the h6 weakness, also the g6 weakness, and also the castle weakness. The entire castle is a weakness. So Hikaru will be really happy. He will like get
Big
inspired.
smile on his face. Yeah.
Yeah, he will start to calculate a million moves to create issues, and with 1 minute 22 seconds from Maxime will be not enough time.
Yeah, I was just one sec. Oh, good. I'm struggling with the keyword. It's usual. Yeah. MVL has only 1 minute. Do you think it's a problem already, the time? I mean, they get 10-second increment per move, right?
Yeah, I think 10 seconds is a lot of time to
Wait, he
survive.
actually played oh no, not immediately, but he played h6 after exchanging.
Yeah. He needs to play h6 to then play queen a4. Okay, he's risking his king's security
All of this was
yeah. If he didn't play a6, queen f7, just finish the game. But he's risking his security just for make counterplay. And also Hikaru doesn't believe in defending moves. He could play queen f2 defending the a2 pawn, but he likes a counterplay. He likes to have the initiative, and now Maxime has a really difficult position.
Is something like knight g5 a threat already? So let's say black takes on a2,
Knight g5,
yeah,
knight h4.
And again, this f7.
Remember, rook f8, rook g7. Finish.
Wow, very nice. Very, very nice with mate to follow. Okay, so, I'm always impressed how Hikaru does it. The position after knight c8, I thought, okay, now it's quite dry, probably not so easy to make something happen. And suddenly MVL again has some questions to answer. I mean, knight g5 is a threat. So how do you deal with it?
I think rook f8 is the first move I I think, I consider, but yeah, queen d3, and you're attacking g6, almost threatening mate.
What did he do? He played queen c6, which I think was the one of the top moves.
Yeah, he doesn't want. Oh, okay, rook a7.
Yeah,
He
Hikaru
had
quickly goes back, but what would happen if he took
knight
on b5?
e5. Knight e5. Okay, queen b6 is also the idea, but knight e5 is
Knight
always the
e5
main.
is,
No, knight e5.
oh, knight e5. Oh,
Knight take e5,
uh-huh.
and then you take in c1,
Yeah.
reaching a rook equal again.
Let me stick with the live game because MVL is very quickly dropping. He's down to 10 seconds now. Rook f8.
And now Hikaru reached the position he wants.
Yeah.
No counterplay for Maxime, just defending mood.
Yeah, and defending mood is never fun when you are the one playing just on increment. I suddenly very much like Hikaru's chances again here. I think to defend this precisely with 10 seconds on the clock is going to be difficult. Queen d7. Okay, I can't take here because this knight is hanging. Can I do a slow move like king g2? Roughly
Yeah,
like just defend the knight?
I think that is the best way to continue. King g2, but then queen f7 will be the next move. And it's not easy actually. Hikaru needs to create some idea to avoid the counterplay. I was thinking about after king g2, queen f7, just to play some long maneuver, rook b3, c3, c2, f2, f1, and knight h2. But you need to be sure that black can't do nothing. Like here, it's almost in sux1. And so that kind of maneuver, it's possible.
Very interesting. I mean, I'm also curious to see the computer doesn't want to do any long maneuvering. The computer's saying maybe just push h4 immediately. It's a very different strategy, right? It's a bit more risky because once you play h4, okay, it's clear you have revealed your card and you have to be quite certain that it's going to work.
I'm calculating what happened about maybe queen f7 first and then h5. Maybe Maxime can create some counterplay
So
after.
you're saying now,
if you play h4 in. Yeah. That's why I don't like h4 because you allow black to play h5 at any moment and you need to be sure what you will play. So that is the bad part of h4 now.
I see in the chat Master Chief is saying Hikaru will play h4 at some point to try and get MVL to think and flag, but maybe not. I think MVL is not gonna flag. I think maybe in Blitz we might see some people lose on time, which is gonna be 5+2, but with 10 seconds on the clock, it's hard to make your opponent flag. But you can put them under a lot of pressure. Hikaru started with rook b3, queen f7 anyway, and I guess we will see king g2.
King g2. Then Jing is suggesting a really nice and incredible idea, queen b1, and wait until the queen is not on f7 and then rook b7.
Oh, let's try. So what? Let me make
I don't
any
know.
move.
Queen, king h7, and queen b1, and okay, you cannot play rook b7 now or after, but you need to wait until the queen is not,
goes.
or the rook
Very
is not.
interesting.
Yeah.
So king g2, g5, and are we going to see this idea?
Yeah, look that rook c3.
Did he play rook c3?
No, the engine is suggesting rook c3.
Ah, with your idea, yeah?
No, but then it's saying rook c3 and then, oh, rook c2 is doing that.
Yeah, your plan.
Rook c2, rook f2, rook f1, and hopefully then, yeah.
I'll just make some move to try to understand the idea.
Yeah, then rook f1 and rook h1 and h4. That is a nice idea.
You want to go to h1 now, yeah?
Yeah. That is the main goal of that rook.
I love that. I mean, from B3, what a journey. Wow. Okay, we'll see if that happens. Is Hikaru gonna play rook c3? I really love your idea, Jose.
Hikaru can see it. If I see it, Hikaru for sure can
rook
spot that move.
c3 on the
Yeah.
board. Hikaru also down to a minute now. Only one game has ended so far in the tournament. Dominguez against Abdusattorov was a draw. MVL down to 15 seconds again. Hikaru also has only a minute now. This is going to become very, very tense. The game started an hour ago and
Wow.
Bishop h8.
Now there is an idea.
I realize, I think after this game, I will turn on the auto, to see the question mark and all that automatically, because I think Bishop h8 would have gotten...
Bishop h8 has an idea, a clear idea to play Queen h7 and trade the queens and equalize in the right move, in the moment he trade. But h4 is punishing.
H4 was not played, but h4 apparently was very, very strong. Instead, Hikaru played rook b3 and bishop g7.
No, he will not repeat. He knows he can
maybe
create
he could play rook c3 one more time if he sees the idea of
but
h4.
It's not three repetition, full repetition.
Is it already, you think?
I'm not sure.
No, because
after g5, one.
Huh? No, but g5 was only played, no? Yeah, he goes rook c3.
Okay, he changed.
Wow, it's MVL who maybe MVL understood also that h4 was so strong. He goes rook b8.
Oh, now it's threefold. Yeah, it's time to claim. Maxime can claim threefold. Yeah, okay,
and
classical
he is
you can
claiming.
Yeah, it's because
I think Hikaru didn't mean to. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I need to. Yeah, I think it was not Hikaru's intention to repeat, but maybe at the end, time was getting quite close. Okay, we can come back to this game. Let's follow what is still going on. I see that
I'm still processing the result.
I know. It was so anticlimactic in the end, I was expecting this big action. I did not expect. I think it was not Hikaru's intention to repeat. I think he ran into this threefold repetition maybe by accident, but he didn't also look too disappointed. Didn't look too disappointed when
yeah. But okay, Maxime put a lot of pressure. Yeah, he didn't play so passive. He played bishop h8, risking his black king life, because after h4, maybe if Hikaru has a lot of time, he will spot that h4 idea. But he plays bishop h8 really in a nice moment, because he knows Hikaru is with 50 seconds. He doesn't have the momentum to think a lot of time. So yeah.
We can take a look at what happened in the end. Let's check just the final moments here of Levon Aronian against Pragnananda. So far, only 2 games have ended in draws. Could Pragnananda take an early lead with a win against Levon? What's the material balance? An extra pawn? 2 extra pawns, yeah. But opposite colored bishops, if you're black, how do you make progress here? I guess I like this idea of you bring the king first.
Yeah, you need the king. Is a really important piece in every game. And I think the maneuver is king e7, king d6 until king b5, no? And then helps the a5 pawn to just promote.
And meanwhile, Levon is looking to create some pawn break on the...
I was thinking about some bishop before, but okay, the rook in a6 is independent. You know that.
Yeah.
quick tactics, the puzzle rush tactics. It's always.
And what about? I mean, these pawns are kind of annoying, right? Because right now the black king cannot move because without losing the pawn on g7, and I guess if you're black, you'd never really want to take yourself. I like the way Levon is defending this. I feel he's making it as difficult as possible for Prague to make progress.
Yeah, actually, okay. I was expecting GH6, but okay, Rook H6 I think has an idea. I would like to take in H6 if we can like see that decision.
With the
GH6
pawn?
because you can play then Rook G4, and if you reach G7, you will take that H7 pawn.
I am shocked. I agree with you. I'm shocked that Levon didn't take with the pawn. But let's see, did he have an idea in mind? No,
Yeah,
it's not so clear, right? This king looks safe enough now.
The bad thing is, if you have the pawn on H6, you will have always the mate threats in the back rank, and then after bishop C2, you can take in A5, and then if he takes the with all pieces, Rook D8, for example, now it will be mate with the pawn in H6. Now
but it looks like A4 was also not the best. Why? Because suddenly the king is getting in some trouble, right?
There is a lot interesting pattern mate, G4, bishop D4, Rook G8, but you need to play G4 first.
I like it. Yeah, and not easy now for Prague. I mean, the rook is under attack.
Yeah, you cannot play F6 or H6. You need to be sure, like after G4, you're in trouble.
I'm starting to think Levon is going to hold this one. Let's see, Prague down to just a few seconds now. Where do you put the rook? Behind the pawn?
I will put in C4 and sacrifice the exchange if I don't have any chance to avoid the mate.
So you're saying if bishop D4, then in the worst case you would take, yeah?
No, now not, because black can play king G6 and is avoiding the mate pattern, but after G4. I mean, before
now,
bishop
yeah. No, the pawn is, it's not so easy to set it up, right? What if I start with G4?
I think then A3, and when you play bishop D4, the pawn is winning the game. So now it's not working.
So now you can take and run. Right?
So that Prague is trusting in that line.
So rook A8 play by Levon, bishop D1.
But actually, there is only one pawn can advance for black, and also it's not easy. Yeah, and it's not easy to do it. So I think the drawing chances are really high in this moment.
Yeah, Prague, okay, the game is not over, of course. I think he will be very disappointed to miss his chance. Wait, are we getting more moves? Yes, some more moves coming.
Levon is doing an excellent work creating problems.
I would start getting a bit worried as black.
Now it's time to sacrifice, I think.
Yeah.
No chance to play king G6.
Yeah, because king G6, G4,
Rook D6, I think.
Yeah, he does take.
Now black will put his bishop on B1, protecting the 2 pawns, and will be a repetition.
No way to make progress, right?
Yeah.
Wow, what a hard-fought draw. It's not over yet. It looks like it's quite crazy, but it looks like maybe all games will end in draws, which is quite unusual, very unusual even for Rapid. Let's see. I don't know, maybe we can switch to another game. I don't think too much will happen here. I think, as you said.
Yeah, bishop E1.
Yeah. And I think nothing will happen here. I think the players will probably repeat.
If black wants to lose, he will play king G8 and allow king F6, but this is the only way to win the game. For one of the players.
It's probably not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, I want to see Nepomniachtchi against Firouzja. Extra pawns.
Rook
Oh,
C4
no,
or
that's...
Rook F7.
Oh, careful. Yeah.
Yeah, for
That would
sure.
be a big cold shower. Okay, so the pawn cannot be taken at the moment. Rook C1.
Also repetition, maybe. Black will hunt that bishop. White cannot make progress. Cannot play C5. Just make checks. Rook A8, Rook A7, Rook A8, Rook A7.
Looks like this is also headed for a draw.
Yeah, now Rook C3, and then it's over. I mean, overdraw.
Because the pawn will... What did he play? King F8.
Yeah. Okay, now, wow, bishop A4. Black cannot take. Oh, he can take with bishop.
Here you still cannot take because of Rook F7.
No, but I was thinking with bishop he can take, but bishop B5 he has bishop F1. It's incredible, but yeah, it's losing. But if white plays king H2 and not bishop B5, it's winning.
Oh,
because
wow, because you can't get out of the pin, yeah?
black is trapped.
Wow. Okay, let's see what happened. G4.
Okay, G4 is a nice idea also to activate his thinking, but I think it's not enough to win.
Still dangerous.
Okay, it's incredible Rook C3 after also King G3 is not working for the same idea of.
Yeah. Okay, but now Jan is making progress suddenly, no?
No, now white chances
Yeah.
increase really,
Wow.
100% at least. Now H5 is winning actually. You don't need to calculate
So
too
why
much.
is that? If takes, you take.
Takes. Now black should decide if he will wait to lose the E4 pawn or he will permit king on F6.
Crazy. Will Jan find H5? No. Bishop B3. Rook C3. But it's also not easy for black to stop H5, right? Even if Alireza sees the idea of H5, how do you stop it?
No, it's not possible actually. The only way is creating counterplay and reach an endgame where Firouzja can save, but with his time it's almost impossible to be sure. He can reach magically, but who knows? Huh? Yeah. H5 is an upcoming move anytime. I don't know why. He wants to
Will
get
it finally be played? What is Jan waiting for?
Maybe Jan is calculating king f4, e5, f6, and threatening that mate. It's also another way to win. I'm not sure if he's winning, but could win. But
Yes, 20. I mean, it should be possible, right? H5 is not. Of course, it's easy for me to say here, sitting at home, but it doesn't look like an impossible move to find.
The thing is, when you have two directions to finish the game, you calculate the mate one, and the king f4 e5 is the mate one. Now you are ignoring the fact after f4 you will not be able to play king f6. The best move was bishop e8 first, but we can
yeah, we can
come back
actually if we can get Jaren, if we can change the live board, then we can maybe analyze this. Right now I want to.
But
it
now
looks like the Levon game is still a draw.
And now Nepo, it's totally winning.
Yeah. So okay, we have it now on the thank you, Jaren. Where did Alireza go wrong here?
He chose the bad idea to conclude the game, but now, okay, G3, so okay, bishop E8, I was thinking. Bishop E8
and how do you stop the mate? There is no
F4,
mate, yeah?
F4, and then you will kick the king on F6.
Wow.
Yeah. Also, bishop E8 works in that way, because bishop E8, king F6, F4.
So here
kicking the white
bishop
king.
E8.
No, F4.
F4 and then, yeah.
Because if you don't play F4 now, Rook H7 is all mate instantly. So you need to play F4 now.
So after f4, suddenly it was already winning, yeah? And Jan just picked up the pawn.
No, yeah, now just white pick all the pawns, and that also the g2 pawn is control. Nothing will happen here. Yeah, rook check, g7, and then h6, and no counterplay for Alireza.
And officially, all other games have ended in draws. So it looks like with a win here, Jan will take an early lead in the tournament as Alireza's last seconds are ticking down, but simply nothing to do here. The king is safe.
You can wait until he takes in c5 and then king f6 is mate. You can play just rook g3 and takes king f6 is mate.
Nice.
Maybe it's late. No, it's late. Maybe
Yeah.
it's just mate.
Yeah. I like rook g3, like just a waiting move. Okay, he goes for the check immediately, and now what? Will he just push the pawn?
There are at least 5 ways to win this game. I don't know which he will choose.
And I saw there were a lot of questions about the schedule, this and that, what are the standings. If you just tuned in now towards the end of the round, this is only the first game of the rapid portion. So the rapid will spend 3 days, today, tomorrow, and the day after. There will be 9 rounds of rapid, so a single round robin. And Hikaru drew his first round game against MVL. He will be playing Abdusattorov next. So that is what's going on. We'll see 3 games a day for the next 3 days. And bishop d5 was the end. Alireza resigned here as the pawn was unstoppable.
What a game in the last moments.
Yeah, which shows the right game to come to for sure. And Jan takes the lead in the first round.
The only win.
The only winner. All other games ended in draws, which is very, very surprising in this rapid format. But yeah, that concludes the first round. The next game will start 13 minutes from now. So we are going to take a very quick break and we'll be back with all the action very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side of this. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to day 1 of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. My name is still Fiona Style Anthony, and I'm here with Grandmaster Jose Martinez. And Jose, how would you summarize the first game that we saw between Hikaru and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave?
The first game, we expect like better result. Actually, he played a really amazing opening. Actually, a new one. I didn't knew it. But in the critical moment, he didn't have enough time to spot it. He was playing amazing chess. He has his chances also before the final moments. But actually, we need to get credit to Maxime. He always put a lot of trouble, even for Hikaru. And for sure, that's why they are the best of the best in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. He made Hikaru's life as difficult as possible. It paid off in the end. I'm curious, as Hikaru now is about to start his second game against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We see Hikaru is at the board already. Do you think he will continue with the opening surprises, or do you think with Black more solid approach?
He's playing now a youngster who is well prepared in openings. So yeah, I think the best way to Hikaru to surprise, to fight for the point with black pieces is doing a surprise, an opening surprise. We will see.
Yeah, one thing that we haven't mentioned so far is that I wasn't sure about this until shortly before the broadcast, but all the points will be counted together. So there will be one champion in the end. It's not like there is one winner of the Rapid and one winner of the Blitz, and points in a rapid count double because, well, it's a long time control, but also they will only play 9 games of rapid. The Blitz will be a double round robin, so there the players will play each other twice. So that's why, as you can see on the screen there, Jan Nepomniachtchi currently leads with 2 points. That's not because he won 2 games, he won 1 game. So the point system is doubled. I'm not sure how well I explained that, but hopefully you all understood what I meant. Yeah, this game, very curious. I see that also we are preparing maybe a quick interview with, not with Hikaru live right now, but apparently he was on the broadcast after the first round game. So maybe we will hear from that. But I think right now they are getting ready. They should be starting. They should be starting any minute. And the interview, I just got confirmation. We will play that for you during the next break. So this one, always a tense moment, right? When the players are waiting for the clock to be started, but that's it. They have shaken hands and d4 is on the board. And what's Hikaru? Okay, so d5 already a first indication maybe of something more, a bit more solid?
I think he wants if he wants to fight for the point, he will play something like a King's Indian or his stylish opening. Do you remember that d4, d5, c4, c5?
Yes.
That Hikaru defense he will use again. We will see. Okay, you put it in the analysis, but
this
not
was
this
me.
time.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, okay, I was also almost saying okay. I predicted it. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
and we have a London. What are your thoughts? You know, so much has been said about the London. How do you feel about the opening?
The London is a trending opening, actually.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I almost never use it. But
Interesting.
I have a lot of problems facing it because a lot of good players who I am facing every day in online tournaments really prep that London opening until the move 30 old idea. So it's hard to beat with black pieces that London. So
And we see that
I don't like.
Hikaru has also sunken. Maybe he is thinking those thoughts that you think when you're playing against the London. I can't remember actually seeing Nodirbek play the London match. So do you think this is maybe a slight surprise for Hikaru?
No, I think he should have many ways to face this London approach. C5, it's maybe the main line, the main way to play it. And now it's kind of a matter of order, the moves. I think you can take in d4, you can play knight h5 also, which is I think the best way. Maybe you are trying to take that bishop.
It's very unusual, right? If people at home are watching, remember, usually if you're a beginner, you're just starting to play chess. In general, you don't want to play moves like these because you're told not to play the same piece in the opening too many times. But here, as you said, it's all about chasing, trying to catch that bishop. And what is going on? I guess these are some very sharp theoretical lines. What is this?
Knight e5 is a move to counterplay g5 also, because if white plays just bishop g3, he is giving the bishop pair doing nothing in the opening.
You take it immediately, yeah?
Yeah, now black has an advantage. Even black can win a pawn after g4 in that position. So knight e5 is actually, or knight g3 first.
Yeah.
But that's why knight e5 before after g5 is the only way to continue. And also, if black wants the bishop pair, he will destroy his own short castle situation.
So Hikaru takes on e5, and the knight is coming back.
It's not the best square for the knight, but you need to remember that knight will not be there for a long time. No? So
And we have caught up with the live position. I mean, it's funny, right? As I mentioned, the way Black has played goes against a lot of the chess principles that we learn as beginners. You know, don't play the same piece too many times, develop your pieces. Here we can see, well, the bishop is still here. The king is still a long way from getting castled anywhere. But Hikaru can take the bishop here. Is that something you want to do as Black?
But if you can take it at any time, it's not a move you
Doesn't.
want to do it now.
Mhm.
You need to see that Nodirbek was playing all his moves in 1-2 seconds, so he's in prep.
Mhm.
And I believe he's in prep because all the moves they play are almost forced.
Mhm.
Now it's time to Hikaru to think. Maybe if he knows the position, he has something prepared. If not, Nodirbek is in his house. Huh?
Mhm.
I
It's
don't like
always
it.
unpleasant, right? When you are faced with what clearly, you know, is Nordibek's preparation. Let me ask you a bit a random question. I saw somebody, I think in the chat, mentioned that Nordibek looks even more scary in a way with his short haircut. Did you notice his new hair, his new short hair? And do you agree that he looks even more dangerous?
For sure, he has a profile of a really more aggressive character. Maybe in a movie, he will be the villain or the bad guy.
For sure.
Yes. So I agree
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah. Yeah, and he is looking at Hikaru now, and he is saying, what are you gonna do? As you said, knight takes g3, we can play it anytime, there's nothing white can do, but then what do we do? Do we develop
I love e6,
e6?
the most solid move. I don't know what is the threat now for white. White can play e4 or c4, trying to open the files, but e4 allows knight d4. It's
And now you go to d4.
okay,
Oh.
it's an option.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty knight, but I think it's not doing too much in that square.
What if I just... Okay,
Yeah,
let's just go
yeah,
back.
that's why I say it. It's not doing nothing. Yeah, after c3, black should just return to c6, and white should be at least good, at least pleasant in this position.
Hikaru did not go for e6, he went for a6.
Okay.
Which
Wow.
again to me is surprising. I would be so afraid. I don't know the theory here, but I would be so afraid to not develop any of my pieces and play with this king in the center.
I
But
think
I
that
guess
the idea of Hikaru is just playing bishop on e6 and prevent bishop b5 ideas. He knows that e4 is coming, so the
yeah.
best way or the best setup he can make for his pieces is the c8 bishop on e6. That's why he's preventing first the check.
Okay, so let's say if he had played, okay, maybe here it wouldn't be.
Actually, bishop g7, bishop b5 is not almost forcing you king f8. Not almost, but
Yeah.
which is
Suddenly, I was trying to find a move to show your point, but bishop g7 is not a good move because I freed the square for. But I think people understand what you're saying. That basically you want to avoid this check. And after a6, okay, it's the first time in the game that Nordibek is thinking. What happens if he goes e4 anyway?
now. Okay, d e4 is the first move you need to think, but knight e4, I think, or knight g3 should be
So those are the three
good ones.
candidates, yeah.
Yeah. The bishop pair will be the best weapon for Hikaru in the mid game or in the future.
So
But
what do you want to take?
yeah, after you take on g3, you need to really be alert about all kind of tricks on e4 or c4 square. For example, you play d4. It's hard because bishop
Looks
c4, knight
so
c4.
scary. I mean, the computer says it's fine, but I would be so scared as black here.
Yeah. Because bishop c4, you have only one move maybe now, e6, and then yeah, for a bullet it's really nice. But if you think deeply, queen g4 and f4 maybe could work. I don't know if queen f6 is an option. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's an option.
It is an option. I mean,
Because you
I
can play.
always want to, one thing about my chess is I always want to keep the queens on the board.
It's weird, but the main idea of queen f6 and then take is you have the tactic knight f3, knight g5, the tactic issue. And it's actually almost it's not possible to avoid it. If you play rook g8, you're avoiding it, but
yeah,
you will not castle in a long time.
yeah,
So
that will not be okay. So this would not be fun. Wow, Nodirbek is still thinking times are evening out here. It looks like a6.
I think it's prep. A6 is not the best, or it's not the easiest move to spot without you know the position before. I think Hikaru is also in prep.
And now the knight is under attack. Okay, surely Hikaru will take, right? What else? Only e6 can be considered.
E6. Yeah, could be.
I mean, I want to take, I think.
Yeah, and actually white can take with every single piece on g3. Even if fg3 is maybe the worst, if we look at the first side. But yeah, the f7 pawn seems like you will get crushed. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks scary with some ideas. I mean, the computer says everything is fine, but for a human, I think it's very scary to play with this open f file.
If black can consolidate the position, the bishop pair Hikaru has will just destroy white position. But he needs to first develop his pieces. All his pieces are not developed in the 8 file. Yeah, you need to see which piece is first. Which piece developed first.
Which piece is first? Bishop e6, your move from earlier. Is that still...
Actually, I don't like the bishop e6 ideas because f4, f5 scare me. Yeah, you need to calculate for sure, but the first side, you don't like that scenario, no?
Yeah, I mean, I am so scared. I see the computer saying everything is fine for black, but I'm very scared with this king and
actually
f4.
now c4 has an idea. Yeah, you're giving the d4 square for white, but after c4, f5 idea is not possible.
It's gone,
so you are good, at least for now.
But what will this king do? It will stay in the center, or it can try to go queenside?
I think you need to create problems to white for don't allow castle. Queen b6 I think is the best move to put in problems. You're attacking b2, you're attacking e3. Also with if short castle g f4, you're forcing to take with the queen, or the rook. So that f5 idea again is not possible. Also h5, bishop h6. Now it's yeah, you can play with the king in the center. Yeah, because there are not open files to attack Hikaru's king.
Yeah, interesting. And okay, Hikaru goes c4 immediately. So will he go? I still don't know which piece I want to develop first.
I think the bishop on f8 you can wait. But what do you think about bishop f5? I think I like the bishop in that diagonal. Then e6. All is perfectly...
Looks more natural to me than putting the bishop on e6. Wow, I see the computer suggesting something very dynamic here, e4.
Actually, it's the only way for Nodirbek to continue to create chaos, because the bishop pair will do the job really in his own way. Nodirbek need to put pressure really fast now. Don't allow Hikaru castle.
And actually, Hikaru played queen b6, so none of the bishops. But putting pressure down here.
Yeah, they are playing chess without castle, I think, no? I think they agree. We're
Yeah,
playing chess
maybe.
without castle.
Let's spice things up a little bit.
For sure, a long castle is not even an option, no? If you consider, for example, long castle for white.
But yeah, I was just gonna say.
C3 ends the game, or if not ends, okay, only the engine should survive that
Yeah,
kind of
I mean, the
position.
engine says knight b3 and everything is fine, but
not everything is fine. It's just white has an advantage. It's incredible. King b1.
you don't take even, you go here, yeah?
Yeah, your
Wow.
own pawn, the opponent pawn is your own
Protector.
defense. Yeah, protector, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is very high level chess, which for me as a human is hard to understand. But I guess, okay, Hikaru is threatening to take the pawn right now, so Nodirbek needs to do something, right? If not castle, what, e3? Rook b1 feels a bit, I don't know,
Yeah.
not so natural to me.
Hikaru is only calculating the e4 break is maybe the only way for white to create problems for Hikaru. So he needs to think how to prevent it. Not to prevent it, just to put the pieces in the best way.
Okay, let's say white plays b3.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to take it, but c3 could be. I like c3 because but you're allowing bishop d3 in the future. It's kind of hard.
Sorry, I mean the knight will be quite nice, you know.
But this position I like it now because white doesn't have f4 now. That is the detail why I like this position. Now bishop g7. E6 is a move I will not do it until I'm really sure, because if you play e6, the c8 bishop will never play a long time. So you need to be sure what kind of position you want.
But it feels like such a sharp position, right?
Yeah.
Like this is such a 3-result game. Anything could happen here. Times have evened out. Both players now around the 19-minute mark, and I don't know. Do you think Nodirbek is considering castling queenside?
Okay, castling queenside is
too much, you think?
It's too much. You need to be sure, like you want to win.
Yeah.
If you
but
want to win,
always wants to win, right?
But if you want to win and risk every single piece,
everything.
If you want to risk everything, you will long castle. But Hikaru is the kind of player you don't want to long castle.
That's true.
Because it's a sharp play.
If you don't long castle, you have to play b3 or rook b1, right? You can't just give up this pawn, surely.
I was thinking about b3, e6, just giving a pawn, and then if he takes in c4, bishop
e6
b4.
now.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but if you take in c4, bishop b4, you're not allowing white to castle.
Bishop where? Bishop b4.
B4, yeah, because the queen is really far from the action. So
this looks interesting, actually.
At least Nodirbek will not play b3 so fast because this line is not easy to handle.
Yeah, and he's spending a lot of time here. Maybe, I mean, I said I don't really like rook b1, but maybe.
Bishop f5 now, I like it. Because your rook is in b1, I can try to attack.
Yeah, I feel that somehow in the last couple of moves, I don't know where exactly, I like the way that this has gone for Hikaru. I don't know if bishop d3, because bishop d3 allowed us to get this c4 move with a tempo, right? And c4, I mean, as you mentioned, it gives up the control over d4, but now there's some concrete questions for white to answer.
Yeah, also, if we come back to the b3 line, queen a5 is also a move you need to calculate a lot.
Yeah, this
Another
queen is so annoying.
another idea to
Yeah,
don't castle, to don't allow
yeah.
the castle.
Yeah, the more I look at this, the more I like it for Hikaru. I'm very curious. What is your prediction that Nodirbek is going to play?
It's hard. What about if, yeah, long castle, I think it seems weird, but the long castle is the safest way to continue.
Yeah.
If we discuss about b3, rook b1, and long castle should be something Nordberg is
Yeah,
in his
because
mind.
b3 at first I thought is the safest move, but then you showed all these lines or with the bishop, and somehow these dark squares just feel so weak. So okay, maybe. Let's come back to this line.
And now e6. First e6.
So you don't want, didn't we try c3 earlier? You prefer
I
e6?
Yeah, c3 seems good if white doesn't have that idea of king b1 and let the pawn get into
And by
b2.
the way, Jose, Benjamin Bock is in the chat with us, and he's saying, "Hello,
Oh,
Jospim. Good to see you, my friend."
thank you so much, Benjamin.
Hello, Bock. Good to see
Hello,
you
Benjamin.
too. Yeah, it's good to see him here. And what do you think, Bock? Share your thoughts with us. Would you castle queenside? I don't know. I feel it's such a tricky. How long has Nordibek been thinking here? He's been
Yeah,
thinking at
7.
least 5 minutes, so even 7. Yeah, wow. And he does castle.
He castle.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It's okay. You were just now saying e6, right? You were looking at.
Yeah. Now if the white king is in the queen side, you can play e6, and your bishop, all the pieces can like search for that king.
So what this bishop will just go to d7, you think?
Actually, after e6, you are threatening c3. So white should play maybe c3 or knight b1 in the worst case.
Yeah, knight b1 is really an ugly move, but maybe.
Yeah, it's just a move to prevent c3.
Somehow it feels like, I don't know, maybe I'm underestimating. I feel like I would want to play maybe queen and just start pushing the pawns.
I think, yeah, but
But the
white has his
computer says I
chances. Yeah,
also have to be careful, yeah.
yeah. We need to remember we have almost all our pieces on the starting square, so white can play, white can attack.
Okay, let's say the other move, c3, also looks very logical.
And now Hikaru need to find out how he will continue his attack. After c3, white has e4 ideas. That is the scary part of that.
Okay, can Hikaru consider castling queenside too?
Not castling, because maybe you will use the rook on a8 for an attack, but you can play bishop d7 to be ready at any moment the situation get worse.
That's a good, I like that way of thinking. Like I think it's great advice, because for me, I always think, okay, let's get out of there immediately. While you're saying, okay, let's play bishop d7. And then, you know, if the danger becomes too much, then you can always castle later. Now it's Hikaru who is thinking, why do you prefer e6 over c3?
Oh, c3. He play it?
No, I thought that we analyzed this earlier, but maybe, I know it was a different line actually.
No, it was the exactly line also. Knight b3.
Yeah, it was here. And we said knight b3
and king b1, no?
And king b1, yeah.
Yeah,
And what happens if no, okay, I should remember that you also, but what happens if I do something like this immediately? There's no threat.
Yeah, the bad thing is we cannot
Okay,
threat anything.
never mind. I take it back.
Also that, but
yeah.
if you don't have the knight to reach a3 or c3 square, you don't have any single tactic in that against the white king. The only tactic I see is bishop f5, rook c8, and taking c2. But that is really easy to defend it. So yeah, the black problem now is d5 will get attacked really easy.
This is on the board. Hikaru played c3 and knight.
Oh, he will reach that position.
Yeah.
Okay, that will be interesting to see it because for sure, Nodirbek will not take b2 pawn because it's almost finished. The game
but
will.
Maybe even Hikaru will not take on. Oh no, he does take and king b1.
Now.
Okay, your plan, no? Can we do this?
Yeah, bishop f5 first.
Okay, played by Hikaru. Oh, and thank you so much, Bambly, for the 10 gifted subs. Very much appreciate the support. Good to see you again. And thank you, thank you. So bishop f5, and now what? This pawn is also hanging.
Now you cannot long castle. But wait. I was thinking about bishop d3. Trade bishops and now white can start doing things. But now e6, yeah. h4, f4. Now white can play f4. I don't know if f4 to play f5 later or h4 to open the h file. It's almost similar, but the details are important. You know, the super grandmasters like Hikaru or Nodirbek knows spend a lot of time looking for that details. You can play f4 and h4 half of the day and the other half the other move. Seems similar, but there are a little issues in every single decision.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and just, so here after bishop f5, so we just looked at bishop d3. What would happen if Nodirbek just takes on d5?
Yeah, he's winning a pawn, or at least he's recovering the pawn.
Yeah.
But he's allowing e6, winning a tempo, develop a piece. But I think winning that pawn is important. So he can play rook d4 and then bishop d3. The same position we see it, but with pawn up for Nodirbek, or a pawn less for Hikaru.
Oh, actually, Nodirbek didn't play either bishop d3 or rook takes d4. Instead, he played knight d4.
Also, interesting move.
And e6. Okay,
Wow.
things are heating up a lot here.
That is a nice way to continue. The direction or the main goal of Nodirbek is create chaos. Taking advantage of the black king is still in the center, and he's doing in his way. And in his way, he's doing incredible, I think.
And it really shows you once, I mean, not you, but the people, like Nodirbek is really not afraid of anything or anyone, because in general, Hikaru is not a player who you want to enter complications against in general, but Nodirbek, he's very confident and he is going for it. Bishop g7. And do you take on f7?
Do you believe in me if I say you that the black king will be worse, I mean in security terms, than the white king at any moment in the future? In 5 moves?
I mean, I already feel worried now, but
because
I believe you, yeah.
If we just see it the b2 pawn, we will think, okay, white king will almost get mated at any time, but actually the white king is in the best square, is the safest maybe I ever seen. Just because there is no black knight in the position. No knights for black. So that is
land.
Yeah. Just imagine a knight in d7 or in c5.
Would be nice.
Yeah. It's almost over.
I'm worried about this king as well because I don't see where the king can be safe. If it goes to c8, I mean, this doesn't look safe at all. If it goes to the king side, h4, I guess, will come immediately. Or f4 also looks scary. In the center also looks scary. I have no idea. I would like to put this king like on a7.
Also, a7 is the best square for that
Yeah.
king, but it's not possible.
No.
I think that in the center is enough good. Huh? Now I don't know why Nodirbek is thinking a lot. Okay, he's thinking not because he's bad, it's because he has the opportunity to take the initiative. He knows he has an advantage. That's why Hikaru maybe stand up. He knows he's bad, but he needs to relax to have really calm nerves to defend this kind of position. This kind of position is the scenario you don't want to face. You don't want, because it's only defending mood. You need to find incredible defending ideas. But you know, Hikaru, his best
He
skill
is
maybe
the trickiest defender
yeah.
in the one thing you notice. I'm shocked. I really like White's position, but according at least to the engine that I have opened, e takes f7 is the only move to keep an advantage, and even after I make that move, the advantage goes down a bit. So I'm shocked that the position is not so bad. Let's say if I was looking at this position with no engine, I would feel very, very scared. I would think that black is quite seriously worse, but as always, the computers disagree and they think probably black is okay.
How is the time now? It's just 11 minutes for Nodirbek, 15 minutes for Hikaru.
And he played bishop d3.
Again, Hikaru has a time advantage. I hope now in this round he can like exploit it.
So let's see, bishop d3 was not the best. The computer wanted to take on f7. And now it wants Hikaru to cancel, which still looks so dangerous to me.
Long castle is a hard move to spot. Actually, doesn't have a. It's not the first move you think now.
No. It's not the only one, but the other move is bishop f6, which to me, is it just to stop h4?
Bishop f6 is the last move I think I will consider.
But what is the idea? The idea is to stop h4, I guess, or what?
I think, yeah, preventing h4, but black is doing a waiting move. Just doing a waiting move is not threatening nothing more, I think. So he cannot take in d3. He wants white to take in g6 because he will win the f file. And also that pawn on g6 will cover the f5 square. So that then the d4 white knight will be not scary anymore because he cannot attack. No?
But both moves, I mean, both moves that the computer wants, I think, are very hard moves to make, as you're saying.
We can see the most normal moves. Bishop take d3 or... Okay, there are not too many normal moves in this position. The only move... yeah.
Okay, I guess I take with the rook.
And then f e6, but rook b3. It's amazing. Because now you cannot defend again the e6 pawn, and your position just collapses. Rook b3 is the key of the position.
That is a good thing for us to know and to remember. Yeah,
okay. He takes in d4. I told you that it's not easy to find long castle, and bishop f6 is crazy. Yeah, when you take a piece, you always think of taking pieces in any position. It's the first kind of move you saw, you see, taking a piece.
It's also what Nodirbek did. He also took on f7. Hikaru is thinking.
Okay.
How to... I mean, bishop takes looks more natural to me to keep at least a chance to maybe castle someday, or at least not get the king out in the open.
Hopefully Hikaru has until now pawn up. The bad thing is his structure is really bad. He has 2 pawns in one side, 2 pawns in the center, and other 2 pawns in the queen side. So he has a lot of weaknesses. And in an endgame with 2 rooks and a bishop, that will be a clear advantage for Nodirbek.
I am also still so worried about this king. I mean, with the rook coming to the e-file, like I would be so worried about something like, you know, rook e1, rook e5, the rook doubling. And wow, Hikaru does go for it in the end. He does castle queenside.
Not in the best moment. He should the long castle without taking d4, but still he's covering his king. I hope he can defend this endgame.
Yeah, I think the question is how many problems can Nodirbek create? Because I guess if you give Hikaru some moves, maybe he can consolidate. Maybe he could, I guess he would be quite happy to trade queens probably, or what do you think?
Yeah, queen c7, queen d6. You need to know like you will not defend the b2 pawn forever. So you need to let white to take it and
So
be
white
ready.
has to play energetically, right? But how does Nodirbek, can he still bring? Okay, what if I bring a rook to e1?
I will prefer h4 to
H4.
create now the weakness. And yeah, h4 or maybe f4. I don't know which I will use.
Both look interesting.
I think f4 is nice because at the end, if you take, you will have 2 pawns against 1 in some endgames, and you can create the pass pawn, the famous pass pawn.
Yeah, this looks scary still. Okay, Nodirbek goes for the other pawn. He goes for h4.
Now queen f6. Time to forget the b2 pawn. And maybe queen try to trade queens when the situation allows it. Queen f4 is a crazy move for Hikaru, but I used to know like Hikaru likes to, when he's bad, he likes to go to the endgame and defend the best way he can. He's not always the kind of guy who maintains queens to create every single tactic. He sometimes wants to reach a worse endgame and believe in his defending endgame skills.
I think it's a great point you make. I think Hikaru is very objective in that sense. If he senses the chances of tricks and attacking are gone, and as you know, we say that queen f6 is on the board. Would you say that maybe the worst is over? Like, of course, there is still some defending to do, but are we happy that the king is at least out of the center and, you know, there's no more pawns, there's no more knights jumping around? How do you feel the evolution?
Yeah, now we forget about the complications, the tactical sharp positions. Now it's time to prove our best endgame skill, our best endgame technique.
Okay, you're on your own. I have no endgame technique, Jose, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's time to Hikaru to show us. Like
So,
he defends every time in Title Tuesdays in every single tournament. I believe he will hold this position. I don't.
yeah. No, go ahead.
I don't think Nordberg will allow complications. I don't think Nordberg will get a position he can have the option to lose because it's a really dry position now. But who knows? He's not taking b2 pawn. It's interesting that
But this was hanging with check, no?
Yeah. Yeah, now he plays rook e1. He's letting d4. Hikaru can take d4, but white can take in e7, and it's almost a piece or mate. So it's not possible for sure. The idea of Nodirbek is play rook e5 now, and doesn't allow that queen to get active on f6.
Yeah, this will not be pleasant, right? Even if, let's say, e6, can he still go? Rook e5, I guess.
Queen f4. Yeah, I think
Yeah, it's passive, but it's maybe okay.
it's possible to hold the draw, for sure. The bad
Can
thing is
white
we are
not
thinking
target this
in
pawn somehow?
we're thinking in just draw or not losing. Yeah, this kind of position we cannot think now in winning in winning terms for Hikaru. Yeah, we are reaching an end game. He Nodirbek plays really well. He created the best decisions, the best scenario. Okay. Oh, the position is here. It's not. Is
Yeah, sorry,
after
that
rook a1.
that was my analysis.
Oh, hopefully, because without queens is hard.
Yeah, but e6 is on the board now, so maybe this will happen.
Okay. What about queen e5? Okay, f2 is hanging, but rook f1 is winning a piece. So queen e5. What I'm missing?
So you're just saying we can't take here
Yeah, because the f7 bishop is hanging.
So what if I take?
We have now a difficult, also difficult decision to make it, because if he defend the g5 pawn, he cannot defend with the d rook because he lost a pawn immediately because hg, and rook h8, and that's a pawn. And if defend the g5 pawn with the other rook, I mean with the h rook, he will allow Nodirbek to control the whole h file and also put pressure with rook h7, rook h6, f6, and it's almost worse.
Yeah, so queen a5. Actually, maybe a tricky attempt. What did Nodirbek? Nodirbek is still thinking. But queen e5 looks tricky.
He's thinking between queen e5 and rook e5. Queen e5 is I'm playing for win and draw. Rook e5 is also playing for win and a draw, but I maintain the queens, and Hikaru effect works. So for me, it's a queen e5 is I will play every day against Hikaru. Queen e5, even yeah, I will play every single time if I play this position 1,000 times.
And now, I mean, we looked at queen takes e5. Is there any way to get a better version of what we were looking at? No, right?
Queen f4 is possible. I don't know what changed because g3 is an option and is almost forcing the same position. But with the pawn on g3, I don't know if that benefits white or is the same. Maybe
I
g4.
don't know. I do not know.
I think it's the same. The same.
But can we not here maybe establish some kind of
some kind of fortress? We can do it. I think it's the best way. Is because you are for sure putting your pawns in the light squares, and for an just only bishop endgame will be bad. But now you need to maintain the rooks to don't reach that kind of endgame. You will almost always lose. So.
Okay, we're still waiting. Nodirbek is taking a lot of time here. And finally, your move is on the board. Queen e5. And okay, I guess we expect mostly queen takes e5. Maybe queen f4. Queen f4 is such a strange move somehow.
I mean, a strange move doesn't change nothing. So yeah, queen e5 is the only way. And now gh4 could be an option. g4 and gh4. It's almost the same, but gh4 it's letting the g file for the black rook. And you can have some kind of ideas attacking d4, rook g8, g4, d4. Maybe not, who knows. Or you can play g4 and close the whole position and
Yeah,
And
Hikaru made this decision really quickly, right? Clearly, he was thinking about this when Nodirbek took his time here. He made the decision to push g4. And now, if you're white, what is the best way to try and apply some pressure here?
it's hard. It's hard to spot because now it's a strategic. Maybe it's with perfect play is draw. I don't see. You need to think how many weaknesses black has and which weaknesses are possible to attack. No, I think weaknesses e6, g4, b7. At the time Hikaru plays h5, h5 will become the weakness and not g4. But every single weakness you put in red is not possible to attack more than 2 pieces, and also black can defend really easily. So in the practice, it's not possible to improve at least.
Okay, we see. It's funny. I was actually gonna ask you that I would probably just take that pawn to not have to worry about it anymore. I guess you could take that pawn any moment, but I'm happy to see that Nodirbek is also, you know, just human, just getting rid of the pawn.
We need to be sure like Hikaru will not just wait. He can attack at any time the f2 pawn. Yeah, f2 pawn is also weakness. The only weakness maybe white can need to defend.
In one's position, yeah. So how do we do that? I'm a bit worried to move this rook, but maybe it's okay.
I would like to put the king in d6 first, but yeah, you can move the rook or do both the ideas in whatever order. I don't see a white idea to confront us.
Yeah,
Maybe.
very. I mean, can white ever? What if white tries to? But still, yeah, I have not enough.
The only idea I see is play rook h4 and then rook e3, g3, but still it's not possible to take that pawn because you will play rook g8, rook g7, and then double the rooks in g in the g file. And no, it's not.
Yeah. Yeah. And okay, Hikaru goes rook f8, but the other rook.
I like it.
Immediately trying to create some pressure.
Maybe he wants to play h5 and then rook h6, f6, and defend every single pawn, and also get active his rooks. Yeah. Put all his pieces in the best way, in the best shape. So
I'm starting to think, I see someone in chat is asking, is Hikaru losing? No, I don't think he was ever losing. I think he was maybe in quite some serious danger in this game. I think Nodirbek applied a lot of pressure. It was very sharp. But I think, as Jose just explained, there may be not enough weaknesses in Black's camp that White can attack. And Hikaru is going to have to defend passively, but he is, you know, he is happy to do that. And we think it's not enough here for White to create something, especially with the time situation as well.
No.
Down 5 minutes. So.
This kind of position, Hikaru knows how to defend very well. I think it's the only way I can see Hikaru losing this position if he overestimates his options and took a chance to attack f2 and d4 and take a lot of risk, and Nodirbek can counterplay that overestimate decision. That is the only way.
Yeah, but as we mentioned, Hikaru in general is quite objective, so it's unlikely he will go crazy. Let's talk about that. Is saying how many moves have they played? When will they get an extra 10 minutes? So just to recap, the time control, they never get extra minutes. The time control is 25 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. So the players start with 25 minutes each, and every move they make, they get 10 seconds, but there will never be any extra time added. Rook f1 has been played. I'm with you. You were talking about bringing this king to d6, but Hikaru goes another way.
I like that move. He doesn't want Nodirbek to control the f file. Yeah, that's maybe the only way to do it. Bishop g8. Weird move. I don't like because your rooks are not connecting. But you need to avoid that idea.
Mm-hmm. But
Yeah, he's making he's
yeah.
doing he's trying to put his pieces in the way he wants, but he's ignoring the white ideas now. The advantage has increased for white, but it's because Nodirbek find a way to change the position. Now f3 will come,
Mm-hmm.
and now you will not have the f2 weakness. So white is improving now.
So, I mean, okay, first of all, this pawn is under attack, and h5 is the only way, right? Surely we cannot defend like this. How can we play rook g6?
We can play rook g6, but I don't know,
mean, suddenly the
f3.
pieces are just...
What about f3 and 2 with a rook, and then try to play rook f8, and you are pinning the bishop?
Yeah, this
You're
looks... Do you think that bishop g8 was too much? Like a bit too...
was a Blitz or reaction. Was not a decision Hikaru thinks before. Then he's just playing in an automatic mode. He likes to say that he's playing out in a pilot automatic mode, and yeah, he's not considering any Nodirbek idea.
Yeah, and I mean, now a second ago I was looking at the player cameras and I saw Nodirbek was, you know, nodding his head. It feels like he has gotten some new confidence, and suddenly Hikaru has made things a lot more difficult for himself. I mean, you have to defend this pawn, right? You have to play either h5 or rook g6.
Yeah, the bad thing about h5 is that pawn will stay there for the entire game, and you don't want that. But also, you don't want to Nodirbek to control the F file. So it's a battle. What is worse, or what is better for me?
And how do you decide that? Giving up the F file versus creating this weakness? It's a tough decision.
It's matter of evaluation, and it's the hardest, maybe the hardest thing of chess. Yeah, even for the computers. Sometimes the computers doesn't understand some positions, mostly the close positions. Imagine for the humans who are not like capable to see a lot in advance.
Yeah, now times are evening up once again. Very tricky decision for Hikaru. Neither are moves that you want to make, but he will have to decide. What happens? There is another move, the computer suggestion. I'm trying to understand, what is bishop f7 about?
So I don't understand bishop h3. Bishop. Okay. Black just sacrifice a pawn
just
for
a pawn. It's not clear.
Active his pieces. Interesting, but okay, Hikaru likes to do that things, sacrifice some piece or some pawn to get active, but this is the scenario. I don't see any okay, he has good rocks now, but no ideas. After g3, what he will do, I think, or after rook e3, g3, black just wait. Will just wait with the nice rooks, but just wait.
Wait, did he? Oh, he made a move. He played rook g6 in the end, so deciding to give up the f file. And Nodirbek is saying, I'm not in a rush, right? Because Hikaru can't fight for this f file right now anyway.
Okay. His pieces are in trouble. Like every single piece. The rook on h8 is not doing nothing. The bishop on g8 couldn't be worse. Is the worst spot, the worst square for that bishop. That's why he moves the bishop also.
Yeah, I think his entire trouble started with this bishop g8 move, which looked kind of fancy, but maybe it was too too fancy. And suddenly, I mean, kudos to Nodirbek, who really found a way then to activate his pieces very quickly. And wow, rook b1.
Oh, I see the idea. If I would like to put the bishop on d7, but if Hikaru plays bishop e8, rook b6, bishop d7, white has rook d5. I forget about it. If white doesn't have that move, black is really close to equal, close to the equality.
Nice idea.
So rook f6 is the only way, I think, to create problems. You need 3. Easiest move.
And now
Oh,
what?
and rook g8 to g3. Interesting, no?
Rook what? Rook?
Rook
Oh.
g8. No, now I'm just looking the engine because I'm not capable to find that moves.
I mean, we're already in the end game, but still the position is. Can we not also at some point? What happens if I just try and stop you from coming to b6?
You lose the pawn. No.
Oh, this pawn is hanging. Never
Yeah.
mind.
So you need to decide:
Okay,
you defend the pawn or you allow rook b6 with a lot of threats. Oh no, rook b6
But
not
now,
now. Yeah, because you.
Okay, so rook g8 I will play. Hikaru down to 2 minutes. But
And
okay,
now,
this position again, maybe it's okay, it's not pretty, right? It's not fun to defend, but maybe it's holdable.
Is the best scenario Hikaru can actually find after before the rooks were in h8, g6, and the bishop in g8. Yeah. Now is the paradise, I think.
But maybe it's probably quite important, right, to find rook f6.
Yeah, I think.
There goes
Yeah, king c7 is also a normal move. Actually, what is the difference between rook f6 and rook f6, king e3, king c7, and the other idea? Okay, rook f6, you need to defend first your g4 pawn.
I keep forgetting about this pawn.
Yeah, but there is a meaning, there is a reason why you need to play rook f6. Maybe it's because white will play c4. Is the only way to convert, to change the position, to try to increase your advantage, the c4 breakup. Now, the e6 pawn will be a weakness because now the bishop can attack the pawn.
But so what's the big difference between c4 and, oh, in the game, by the way, c4 was very strong, but was not played by Nodirbek. Instead, he went king e3 and quickly.
Is h5 is not losing a pawn for Hikaru, or I'm blind too.
And if I.
Yeah, because you will you cannot defend both pawns now.
This is looking.
I hope Nodirbek didn't find it. He find it. Oh.
No.
But yeah, Hikaru was playing really fast at that time. He plays how many seconds he spent in bishop e8, I think.
Not more many. I mean, it happened so fast I didn't even see it coming. Maybe this is what he was relying on. But is this a problem?
Yeah, there is a lot of tactics actually, because you play king c8.
He found it. This is very bad.
It's bishop a6 an option, and then you will lose the h8 rook for the rook b6, rook b8 tactic.
Yeah.
And if you play instead of king c8, rook b8 is the same, just you lost 1 pawn. Your rook b6, rook b8. Yeah, bishop h5, rook b6, rook b8, bishop a6. Oh, you can lose the h6 pawn also. It's also better to take the h6.
This also looks very strong.
Oh, maybe both.
This is very bad news. Could it be that maybe Hikaru played this bishop e8 quickly because he was relying on this bishop takes h5? And
he forget about rook b6, yeah. if white didn't play rook b6, black can consolidate his position after bishop e8 c6. The black bishop on c6 will do the best defense, but it's not
now he's
on
not
time.
on time. Yeah, very tough spot, and I think we can see from Hikaru's body language that he understands this is
It's not over if he can somehow defend the b7 pawn. I'm thinking about king b8 or king c8, and if white takes on a6, check and rook e7, and you defend with all the pieces
sorry,
b7.
what did you say, king?
King b8, for example, and after bishop a6, rook check, rook e8 check, king d3, d2. Bueno, maybe king 2, and rook e7. But okay, yeah, with rook h6, it's now 2 pawns, but yeah, it's the only way I think to.
Yeah, let's see what Hikaru. Okay, he played, so
Checks.
he could still go for this, right?
Yeah, he maybe will do the same, but in other order.
But it's very important that Nodirbek, okay, he found king d2.
Yeah. He will put the king in c8 instead of b8.
So what, he will do this and rook e7,
yeah?
And what happens if Nodirbek takes?
Bishop g6, I think, to. Still, you have some counterplay, but with a decent play from Nodirbek, maybe it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, the problem as well, if it was Nodirbek who had 10 seconds, but with this time situation.
Rook f7, that's an interesting one.
Giving up b7. So what will he do after bishop takes?
Good question. I think every single king move is losing something. That move, rook d6, I think, I don't know what is Hikaru's idea.
But where? Here?
Or just imagine, yeah, king c7, I think is the best, for sure. But you can, why can take in this d5? Maybe not. Maybe black has some ghost in the position. King c3, rook e3. I know, but you can play king d3.
Actually, there is a miracle right here.
Yeah.
And
you know why I didn't consider king d3? Because I was thinking bishop g6, but you cannot play bishop g6 because the rook is on b6. You will lose the piece. I was thinking, okay, check.
But okay, he can have some ghosts then.
Is the famous Hikaru effect.
Let's see. Here it is. What he takes. Okay, Hikaru will take.
But
no ghosts for Nodirbek.
No Hikaru effect, no?
No. Nodirbek is too, out of these young players, he really impressed me. Like I've known him since he was, a little young boy, and he never seemed to have any fear or any respect. I don't mean it in a bad way, but like I think previous generations when they were playing against Hikaru, against Magnus, against the top guys, they were maybe a little bit more afraid, but this new generation has no fear.
Yeah, they trust a lot in his calculation skills. So when you calculate a lot and every single move in the position, you cannot have ghosts. So yeah, was almost a difficult scenario for Hikaru. He has nice rooks in the second file, the 7th file, but they are not doing nothing more than a check, I think.
Yeah, so Nodirbek, of course, looking for that checkmate.
It's still, imagine if just 10 seconds for Nodirbek will have a chance, but it's still more than 10 seconds. It's 1 minute, whole 1 minute and 30 seconds. So he's just gaining time now.
This white king, I mean, there are not really any threats, right? The king will always manage to shield from the checks.
He's doing checks for gaining time, so he doesn't have a clear answer to just win the game.
Wow,
But
rook b2, I did not expect.
rook b2 is a nice way, maybe the only way to prevent rook c2. Yeah, maybe bishop b3 is the next move. I don't know, but maybe at some point.
Okay, yeah, Nodirbek still has to convert, unfortunately.
If
has
Hikaru plays
plenty of time.
king c7 is mate in 4 or mate in 3. Mate in 3.
Where is your mate?
Checking b7, checking d8, and then take in d7. Interesting mate. Interesting mate.
You can both are mate, yeah? Good. Yeah, unfortunately, this one I think is very close now. Hikaru actually resigned. Yeah, tough game. Kudos to Nodirbek. Yeah, I think Hikaru had done such a great job defending, and then maybe this bishop
e8 that was really fast. He should take his time. Sometimes you think you are controlling the position. You think you are in the safe. Now you're safe, and then just a fast move collapse. No? Just a small move. You think it's okay. Will not change nothing.
Jose, I will just open another game. We had a lot of draws in the first round, but this round is very bloody. We just saw Hikaru's loss to Nodirbek, but Lenier beat Fabiano with the black pieces. A huge win. Alireza beat Wesley So, and here we're looking at Levon Aronian against Jan. Jan was the only winner in round 1, but this king looks in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, there is just 2 options for the king. King b6, king d4.
Now how?
Oh, remember, if queen b4, bishop b5 checks, now black has the initiative.
That was a good point to not go for this check, because you're met with a counter check and suddenly things are not so clear.
Counter check means counterplay,
yeah.
And I think why should just advance his pawn, push his pawn, e5, e6 when the times comes.
I really like what Levon did here, actually, to just quietly bring the king. I think it's so tempting to keep looking for checks and do something, but now he's saying, I'm just going to activate my king, and is it time now to start pushing?
There is a kind of a slate mate if white plays king c5, queen c3, and black allows to the bishop just fall apart. There is a slate mate, no? Queen a5, queen c3, queen a5, queen c3. Yeah. And then queen.
Where did you say queen? Doesn't matter, yeah, even. No, maybe not. No, even here, yeah, it's fine.
Queen d8, queen f6.
Wow. Unbelievable motif. So it's never too late to go wrong, but Levon sidesteps that threat. He pushed the pawn.
Incredible.
And now there is, well, what happens?
The only way to win. Now the queen is a little
there is no way to
far,
get the queen closer.
So you need now in that position to have the queen on c3 to play, or queen a5, or somehow the queen needs to get a5 now.
But it's not possible.
Now it's not possible, yeah.
Okay, so it looks like the standings are going to be shaken up. There is another game still in progress.
Yeah, still you can play queen c5 and pray for king takes queen. I think that just happened in dreams. So.
Yeah. Do you have many chess dreams?
Chess dreams? Not really. Not really. These days, these weeks, not really. What about you?
Yeah, I actually had a chess dream last night, but not so. It was more about I wanted to be on a team, but they didn't. They put me on the second team, and then I couldn't find the venue where the second team was playing. It was very stressful, but it wasn't so much about the game itself. Sometimes I do dream about games, but it's also always pretty random.
Any character
Um,
in your dreams? I mean, famous characters, Hikaru, Magnus?
Not in this one. Not in this one, no. Actually, my last chess stream that I had about actual chess, I was playing against the Grandmaster, and I had a queen ending with an extra pawn. But then at some point, he just started explaining to me during the game that this endgame is a draw, and then he just shook my hand, and I was like, okay, what to do? So yeah, and just as I finish my dream stories, the round is over, and what a bloody round it was. Levon Aronian just beat Jan Nepomniachtchi. Elsewhere, Alireza, wow, won against Wesley So in only 32
Wow.
moves. Let me check. We have 20, maybe we have a little bit of time. I don't know, should we take a break first and then check some of the games, or should we check some of the games and then take a break? Let us know.
The third round has the exactly time to start, or depends how much the
No, I
latest
think
round
they
takes?
stick to the schedule, I think.
But this round was actually every
Much
single
faster.
game. No, every single game end in a decisive result.
Decisive.
Decisive
Huh?
result, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we will check some games. Let's just see. How did Alireza beat Wesley so quickly?
The Juju piano.
Yeah. Usually the Gioco Piano doesn't lead to crushing wins. So let's see. How did this one go wrong for Wesley?
Yeah,
I guess so.
Wesley
Huh?
play Italian or Gucci every single day, 24/7.
Yeah.
All his games are from Italian opening.
Yeah. But this time he came up against Gucci Reza. Maybe you know what to do. It's his opening. G5. Do you think that's where his problems
Yeah,
started?
typical idea, but you allow the sacrifice. And when the sacrifice comes, you need to calculate and be sure.
Oh, wow. He didn't even okay. So it looks like maybe he just calculated something.
Maybe a prep.
Yeah, maybe a prep.
Don't know anything about this position. I'm more four knights player, maybe a Spanish opening Rui Lopez player.
I think the Italian, I mean, when I started playing chess, I felt like, oh, the Italian, I can learn the Italian. Seems like a nice opening with simple, not so much theory, simple plans. And now it's
Seems like
like,
a copycat opening,
huh?
no? You play the same moves as your opponent. Bishop
Yeah,
c4, bishop
exactly. It's
c5,
like such
d8.
beginners. But now the problem is that these top guys, I mean, the Italian is just, there's so many little nuances every time one tiny thing changes. And maybe you're all right. Maybe this was all prepped by Alireza. It looks kind of scary for him. But just kept everything under control. What's the material? He's even.
It's even. But I like the black position. I don't know why, but I
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, I mean, with this king here and the bishop looming. But okay, the knight is also probably.
The only way I'm looking at Lloresa winning is some d4, queen a6, and yeah,
Here it
that is the only
comes.
idea. The only idea. It's, wow.
At
Okay.
Alireza, this looks like a great game by him. And e3. Okay, the position was already bad, but it looks like that was.
Queen d3. Yeah, that is the key of the game actually. Now decent game is for sure better for white. Huh?
Yeah. Ali Reza just said, thank you for the pawn. Thank you for this pawn. And F4.
You cannot take c5 because 97, so not now. Just after rook f8, but
what a one-way game in a sense. And here, Wesley had seen enough. Very nice game by Ali Reza, no?
yeah, totally all played.
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent.
And let's see, how did Fabi lose against Lenier? That was also, okay, not so fast, but we saw another Italian game.
Yeah, it's a trend in opening nowadays.
Yeah.
As a lot, the London.
Exactly, yeah. This one, okay, we had no bishop g5, h6 was played to stop the bishop.
Yeah, it seems okay. This is a theoretical position? I know. I don't know how I know, but I know. Even if I
To me, they always
never
all look the same. I feel like, yeah, I've seen this position a million times, but maybe one pawn was not exactly there or one, but it feels very standard, at least.
Yeah.
But how did black take over here? Like, usually I feel it's the kind of game that will last, 60 moves into some endgame, but okay. What is going on this?
Yeah, it's kind of not exciting position. You need to play slowly. And white has a space advantage and better knights.
Yeah, I'm reading in the chat that apparently Fabi just blundered in one move. So I mean, the position looks great here
Yeah,
for him.
because Fabiano is doing really great in this position. Yeah, he's dominating actually positionally.
So where is this? Okay, let's just keep going. Life is still good for Fabi here. Life is even very good. I'm waiting for the blunder. I don't see yet. What
Now
will he...
black improve a lot his position. Yeah, it's white needs a really miracle to just don't fall. Okay. Okay. I know why maybe. Now it's time to tactics. Maybe he missed something now. Seems
I think on the next move, Queen E8.
what he did. What? Okay, that's he thought about okay, that was incredible.
Wow.
Even if in a bullet, Fabiano will not miss that.
No. That is, I mean, Rook B1 really is a shocking.
But how many time he has before that move? He's having that.
He didn't have much. Oh, wait, is that 16 minutes?
No,
Actually,
16
no,
seconds.
16 seconds. Yeah,
So
so I didn't have.
he has 6 seconds. So he's having a lot of time travel problems. I was watching his speed chess championship and the match against Firuza. He has really winning positions, and then I remember one position he get pinned, the king. He lost the queen and lost the game. So
yeah, shocking loss for Fabi. And okay, we'll see the standings when we come back. And they are on the screen actually. So Lenier now in the shared lead with Abdusattorov.
I need to say Lanier was a world Blitz champion, former world Blitz champion. Also is well known, excellent Blitz player. So
yeah,
it's hard.
he took advantage. I mean, he had to defend the whole game. He was under some pressure, but he got an opportunity and he took it. So he is now in the joint lead with MVL, Abdusattorov, and Aronian. Only one game remains that will start 12 minutes from now. Hikaru will be playing Fabi, so both of them coming on the back of a loss. That will be a very exciting game. Hikaru will be white. He has a great track record of winning some very important games against Fabiano with the white pieces. So we're gonna go on a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll show you the Hikaru interview, I believe, and we'll be back soon for the final game of the day. Unfortunately, it's not the start that Hikaru was hoping for. He drew the first game from a good position against MVL, and he just lost against Abdusattorov. So what do you think? He will be very eager probably to end the day on a win against Fabi.
I hope Hikaru can recover from this loss. He's facing also a player who is not doing the best in the tournament. We can remember that Caruana, Fabiano lost a game by a basic blunder, losing a piece. So yeah, both are not in the best shape. I think Hikaru has a really good skill from coming off bad scenarios. We expect a really exciting match.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before the break, Hikaru, he is white here, and he has a great track record of winning very important games against Fabi. I remember last year at the last round of Norway Chess, he was in a must-win situation to beat Fabi there. Also last year at the Grand Swiss, he also beat Fabi with the white pieces. So this is a big one, but as you said, both players are coming off on the back of a loss. I'm curious how much risk we will see either player take, because you don't really want to end the day on 2 losses. But I think I see Hikaru here as the favorite. We just saw Fabi arrive. We saw a handshake. The players are ready. The round starts in 2 minutes. And if we look at the standings, so both Hikaru and Fabiano currently have 1 point. Remember that for the rapid portion of the tournament, points count double. So both of them drew 1 game, lost 1. And yeah, let us know in the chat, what is your prediction for this game? I see some statistics here. In rapid games, Hikaru has beaten Fabiano 63 times. He has 28 losses and 31 draws. So that's a huge, actually a huge edge.
Yeah, actually, I want to know how is the stats in Blitz portion. We know we are already in the rapid section, but I know Hikaru beat Fabiano in the last candidates with white in the Grand Swiss. If I'm not mistaken, Petrov with white.
In the Grand Swiss?
It
was some kind of Scotch, no? Wasn't it like your 4 nights?
I remember.
I think it was a Scotch, because I made a course on the Scotch, and I remember I was like, oh, the Scotch. So I think at the Grand Swiss, it was some kind of Scotch.
I just remember
at the
2 games in a row. Hikaru plays with white and beats Caruana, Fabiano.
Then there is a Petrov somewhere that I'm
for sure. I'm 99% sure.
Anyway, the games are off. Let's see, what is it gonna be? Is it gonna be a Petrov? Is it gonna be a Scotch? Also, at that Norway chess game I mentioned, we saw this Italian. I'll just, it was this, and Hikaru had some incredible preparation here, but we get none of the above. We get a good old Rui Lopez, and knight e7 is on the board.
Oh, and Fabiano is playing the Hikaru's defense?
Do you think that's an interesting choice to play it against Hikaru?
I don't know if it's exactly the Hikaru's choice he's using the last tournaments, because he likes to put the knight in g6. I think he plays with a6 first, a6, bishop a4, and then knight g7. I don't know if there is a lot of difference. I like white position after this. I think he needs to know how to face, because he always plays the defense. He knows the worst possible ways white can play now.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We see Hikaru pause, sort of looking at the ceiling for a second, and he goes with knight c3. I see Chidok was saying Berlin draw incoming. That was very quickly. The knight kind of went to the wrong square for that, maybe. A mouse slipped by Fabi. Who knows? But no, it doesn't look like we have any kind of quick draw incoming here.
I need to know, I need to say, like, this position I played once many months ago in a classical tournament. Actually, knight c3, I didn't knew the position, so I was thinking, what should I do? And then I played knight c3 and played bishop c4, try to take advantage of the f7 pawn, and also h4, h5 idea. I like that kind of move.
I see the computer is making a case for maybe playing h4 immediately. I would love to see that. And by the way, Wandering Bishop is telling us Norway chess Hikaru beat Fabi with black in a Sicilian. Yeah, so that was this year, like this Italian with knight g5 was last year. And then in the candidates, Hikaru beat Fabi with Y in a Ruy Lopez. I should really remember that. I was here commentating. I have the worst memory of openings, and the Grand Swiss was a 4-knight. So we still need to find that Petrov somewhere.
I remember the Petrov, but okay.
H4, Jose, I'm very excited to see it.
Yeah, 94, I remember, was a move. Really not a good move to play because change the structure, and I don't like that structure for black. But now black is attacking the bishop, so Caru.
So back to bishop c4.
I would play that. Maybe knight d4 and I don't know, h5, some kind of crazy idea.
What did you say here? What?
Take on d4, but actually,
instead of bishop c4.
Yeah, but if this is not theory, I will calculate a lot. Don't know what's happening here before.
And Hikaru is taking his time. I'm very curious. I don't know. Can I check the openings tab? Yeah, there's still some games, but not that many. It looks like both h5 and bishop c4 were the two most played moves.
Yeah, h5 seems the most normal move. What happened if knight b5, hg? Yeah, I think knight c3 maybe only move. dc. Oh, okay. That is enough to like that line. to this.
What happens if the king comes out? No, you cannot take this knight, right?
dc, queen d5, bishop g5, and queen f5 mate. Not even take the queen, just mating one.
Very nice. Okay, so that's not a way in which black can play. But after h5, so I guess not even take here on b5. Instead, what?
Knight f4 is interesting, but I think it's not
and no, we will not see this. So Hikaru decided instead on bishop c4, and now h5 stopping white from advancing further.
I don't know if Fabiano knows what he's doing
I think you're... Oh, you know what? I think we were both, maybe the game that I was saying, oh, it was a Scotch. I think it's as a Petrov, and then Hikaru played knight c3. So then it became a 4 knights, and then it became like a Scotch 4 knights.
Okay.
So it was all of these things, yeah.
I just remember a position with the opposite bishop color. I don't know with rooks or queens, but yeah.
I think that was the one, I think, in the Grand Swiss. Don't trust me. As I said, my memory is very bad. But what is going on here? I did not expect so much to happen so early in this game. But okay, Hikaru is already asking some big questions. And I'm wondering, what is Fabi even thinking about?
Maybe knight e6 is the only move to play.
Knight 6. And now what?
Maybe queen f3 or d3. I don't know which move is accurate.
Okay, let's go for the immediate attack. And what queen?
Oh, queen f6. And you can take the queen and double the pawns, but are not that kind of pawns you can like take advantage of.
No. Yeah, I would love to keep the queens here, but then where do I go?
Queen g3. Queen g3 seems... But in that case, I will just play d3 instead of queen f3 to try to avoid that queens
D3, yeah?
to get active. Yeah, at least the black queen. And after bishop e7, and I don't know if bishop e7 is a move. Now queen f3.
Now queen f3, yeah?
Yeah,
Now that
now
there's no queen.
and queen f6 is not possible anymore. Yeah.
So bishop f6. It's such a strange position. Yeah, I see in the chat somebody saying Fabi with the prep. Yeah, I have no idea who is, because Hikaru, of course, is the one who has spent more time, but the fact that Fabi is thinking here, like, I don't know if either play.
Wow.
I'm not sure if Fabi is still in prep. What is d5?
Okay, with d5, he should be in prep because that kind of move
Wow.
is not.
Okay, so what if
really...
I take? What is he gonna do?
Yeah, this is definitely prep.
I mean, if I see the computer says knight takes, but it's
And
kind of crazy.
I don't believe the engine lines because it's changing every
All the
single time
time,
we
yeah.
make a move. Yeah, d3 is
Okay,
down.
d3 is logical, at least, I guess, to defend this.
Maybe this is a forced line. I guess bishop g4, f3.
What is this craziness? Okay, I have no idea. Even with the engine, I have no idea what's going on here. Did we see a move? Okay,
Yeah,
Hikaru took, but with the bishop.
With bishop, okay. There is only two scenarios. Hikaru doesn't know what is happening and is improvising. Both doesn't know what is happening. Or maybe a third scenario, Caruana is in his prep and Hikaru doesn't know exactly what is happening because bishop d5 seems like a mistake.
But the only way, so, well, we see the top three computer lines. There is one good move for black, but it's kind of forced. Every other move loses.
Yeah.
But bishop g4.
Wow.
And so what's the idea? F3?
And h4. d3, okay, have sense defending the knight. Then bishop e7 is a hard move to spot that.
Very hard.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you play this? So what happens if I take?
Knight f3. Wow. And then bishop
Okay, this
h4 first. You need to play first bishop h4. And what if king f1? Oh, queen f6. Now all the pieces are in.
Okay, I have no idea. What I'm very curious. Okay, but bishop g4 was played.
This seems the most savage line in this kind of roll-ups with knight g7 I see I'm not a theoretician, but this is crazy.
I think I'm very curious to see how quick Fabi's moves are going to come now. Do you think he is in prep and he spent a little bit of time to bait Hikaru, or what do you think is going on?
Maybe he is just taking his time and judging the position because he knows what is happening. But maybe Hikaru knows also. Maybe he has some special move at some point.
I mean, this whole line we went down, again, the fact that Fabi is thinking here kind of tells me he's not in prep because, again, knight h4. Okay, I'm not going to explain anything, guys, because I have no idea. But if he doesn't play knight h4, the position is losing for him, apparently. So the fact that he is thinking here makes me think he must be surely, unless he's just trying to remember. But I think he
even if not in prep, if Caruana will find only moves are not really difficult. But I think these positions, you don't know exactly what is happening. It's not like a forced line that Hikaru has one move, Fabiano has one move, and then only move, only move, only move, only move. They have maybe at some point 3-2 options, so they are just remembering, and yeah, the situation is hard, but I think Caruana knows at least knight h4 is a move, but then after knight h4, I don't know.
Okay, let's try to understand what would happen, because if he doesn't take on h4, well, there is a lot of stuff hanging, right? I mean, what else could he possibly be thinking apart from knight h4? What even makes sense? Bishop e6?
Yeah, bishop e6 makes sense if you want to have a boundless for the entire game.
I'm just trying, trying to find, because otherwise, I mean, it's hard to find any move that makes sense, right?
But there is a lot of difference because knight h4 is a move who leads to a really sharp position, and bishop e6 is a move you want a calm position, but with a disadvantage. So
okay, so let's just see. Why is bishop e6 so bad? Because you take?
And g3, no? Avoiding knight h4.
And okay, the king looks a bit weird, but it is a pawn, and there's, I mean, this knight is suddenly a beast. It's hard to. Okay.
Sometimes players calculate not the move right now, but he's calculating the things that are happening 2-3 moves later, but doesn't want to show he knows the position. He wants to calculate since this position, so he's not giving information to his opponent.
But so after this, like the whole line we saw was, okay, not exactly forced, but if any player goes wrong, it can just be over immediately, right? D3 is logical, I would say.
I think he's calculating this position. He's not sure about what is happening after d3. There is a lot of lines. There are a lot of lines that we can see now. Bishop e6, bishop e7, knight h f3. But there's only one way to have advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I was worried at first. Of course, I always get worried when the evaluation bar drops, but I think black has to be very, very precise to keep an edge. And even, it's not like, even in the worst case, it's not just losing immediately. It's gonna get very, very sharp. But yeah, this is incredibly tense. I mean, okay, if Fabi doesn't take on h4, life is immediately very good. But as you said, probably is thinking.
What is the chance that Fabiano doesn't know that the exact continuation of this position is not a position difficult to reach? Like if you are studying this opening, you can find this line really easily and just remember, like take notes and remember until you know it. So maybe he's affected by the last game. No, he doesn't want to make a big blunder. And in these kind of positions, there are a lot of tactics, a lot of motive, intermediate moves, a lot of things. So
yeah, I think you make a great point about the last game. I mean, having just lost a game where he basically blundered a piece in one move, I think it's a great point you make that it does affect your
you lost
kind
some
of
confidence,
your instincts, and you're like double checking, triple checking. And here, I mean, it is such a sharp position where so much is hanging. So, but I think it's a good sign that Fabi is taking so much time. I think now we can be fairly sure that at least it's not, maybe he has seen this position before, but he didn't check it, let's say this morning or before the game.
This remember me kind of positions in there is a line in the Italian that you allow white, you are black and you allow white to take f7 and take the rook in h8, h8, and then you attack with the rest of the pieces. And also you pin the king, the white king in g4, and then you make a big attack. I don't know what is the name of that line, but that line is like really forced, and you need to remember a lot of
Do you
moves.
remember more or
Yes,
less?
bishop c4, bishop c5. Oh no, well, yeah, no, bishop c4, knight f6, sorry, and then bishop knight g5 and bishop c5, I think. Yeah,
Ah,
knight f7, bishop f2, king f1, queen e7, knight h8, and okay, now it's a lot of moves, but
and
this
now
kind
you
of,
just go all
yeah,
out, yeah.
yeah, it's yeah, you're a rook down, but you need to defend really, really well.
Wow.
So
And by the way, we are, well, Fabi is still thinking, but we are being told, and shout out to Spy's Hideout, Niklas Huschenbeet, who famously has worked with Hikaru, maybe still works with Hikaru, I don't know. Niklas has played this up until bishop takes d5. So yeah, could be that that is something that he looked at with Niklas if Niklas had the same position on the board. And thanks again for pointing it out to us.
how
It's
that game
strange, huh?
develops? How the game of Niklas
Yeah, I
develops?
don't know if somebody can send us the game, we could take a look. But I think it's that game continued differently from what I'm reading. But it's weird, right? I mean, okay, sometimes the chess.com engines cannot be trusted, but it really much prefers knight takes over bishop takes. So I don't know if we will get a chance to talk to Hikaru after the game,
Yeah,
but
we can dig in
something.
these lines, in this first line,
Mm.
and see what is happening actually. Like knight h4 now, we can
Mhm.
move forward. d3. Imagine if they play excellent, the best
Okay.
chess, the best possible chess, that chess, computer chess era.
Yeah.
Now,
So I'm just gonna, but even here, it's already a
yeah,
big question, yeah, how to take.
that is a thing. There are at least 3 moves to decide,
Yeah.
and are not really different, like just
Mm.
0.10 of difference.
Yeah. How do you even, I mean, if Fabi, it could also be that Fabi is looking at this position and trying to,
Oh, I liked one of the. If you see the 3 options now,
yeah,
we can deep in bishop f7. That seems the
okay.
most weird line. Actually, now you need to decide. I don't know which king f8 maybe, and then bishop castle and bishop g5, f g4, and you are threatening a lot of yeah, discovered checks.
I like that the computer says just take on c1, everything is fine.
Queen c1 just to avoid queen g5,
Uh-huh.
and then just h4. So you need to see that hg4 is a normal, and also it's winning if if
I
you
mean,
don't
it's
play
crazy
bishop
that you
h5.
can be fine with this king here. What's the material here? Even, yeah?
Yeah,
How can
it's even, but
I don't
um,
even understand. How can black be? Is this king actually worse than the black king, huh?
I
Oh.
think black is threatening knight f3 and queen h4 mate ideas. And if you play queen e3, knight c2 is maybe, I don't know, knight c2 is, no, knight c2,
Oh wow.
oh,
Wow. And if pawn
oh,
takes.
gf3, queen h4, always the same idea.
I mean, these lines are really insane, but
Yeah, that
the
is just
good news is
one line
that
of
Fabi is
the,
down to 12 minutes. And we have just been sent the game, Niklas's game. So let me see.
I can see it
So
if you want.
in that game, after bishop takes, his opponent, oh, he was playing Erwin Lamy. Erwin took on h4, which is not good according to our computer
Oh,
friend.
but yeah, but the thing is, Fabiano plays now the correct move, the the best move in the
Yeah.
position. In this game of Niklas, Erwin just do the worst move, or maybe one of the worst move in the position, and
then it looks like he won quite easily. And finally,
took a lost
knight takes.
position. Yeah.
Knight takes h4 is on the board. Thanks again to Spy's hideout. Okay, so knight takes h4. Hikaru is back at the board. And okay, he needs to play d3 now, right? Everything else would be bad. Or what?
Everything. Yeah.
So what happens if he takes? Why is it so bad? And if I go d3 now?
I think that is an option also. Yeah, the bad thing is the bishop and your knight doesn't have good squares, and it's always your white king is in the worst scenario. Even the black king is safest because you have the bishop pair after knight f4. You will control every single diagonal, every single. You're dominating the position with your black pieces, even if it seems not.
So okay, so I think d3 is required. Yeah, it's a very tense. I mean, this game, I always feel the stress, even from the commentator seat, because the players understand one single mistake and the game can just be over immediately. The position the computer doesn't like it for Hikaru. I think, you know, with all the best moves, it's still very tense, but one mistake can just lead to an immediate loss. So the stakes are very, very high with a single move.
It's interesting and maybe brave to see Hikaru go to a really prep scenario against Caruana, who is well known for his opening mastery.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Truth is saying, why are we not playing bishop f7 before d3? This is the line we were just looking at, right? Where the problem is that here d3, and this is what we were checking, that suddenly all the black pieces, you were saying knight f4, right?
Yeah, actually the bishop in f7 is not doing nothing. The right piece to reach f7 is the knight. That's why d3 without bishop f7 is the best decision. Just to maintain the option to take with the knight.
And that is what Hikaru has gone for. And now, once again, we're back in a position where bishop e7 is not the only move, but it's the only move for black to maintain an advantage.
Let's see if Fabiano spotted. Huh?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how obvious do you think bishop e7 is? Not that obvious, no?
If my f7 pawn is not hanging, bishop e7 is the easiest move in the world. But you need to be sure you're not losing after knight f7. Like you're getting attacked the queen, the e5 pawn, the rook, 3 pieces. Also, the bishop on g4 is attacked.
Yeah, it is really a crazy position.
How you can think you are losing you're losing at least one piece of 4 attack. How you can think you're winning?
That's why I have no idea. But okay, so the problem is, if not bishop e7, if you are worried about f7, then you have to play this bishop e6 again, right?
I think could be an option, and maybe will be the move of the game. I think white should take bishop e6, knight e6. The only way to save the edge for knight, for sure. Take, and g. Okay, g3 or queen e2. But anyway, white is good. He's not pawn up, but has a position who can improve in the future. No, the e5 pawn is a weakness. The e6 pawn the same. Yeah. The future plan for Hikaru will be maneuver the c3 knight to maybe c4 square and then attack with bishop d2, c3, the e5 weakness. That is the main goal of the position.
Say the knight comes here and then
And the bishop in c3.
the arrows are not great, but this is the target. Yeah, I think it would be very human of Fabi to go for bishop e6 because bishop e7, it is the top computer move, but as you said, I mean, to then let's again go down even here. I mean, you have to take with this knight. I don't know what's the big difference. Why? What is the difference if I take?
The difference is black should not take twice. Black will do the moving between bishop h4, but only happens if take with the h knight.
Just free the square.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is far from obvious. But even here, I have no idea what's...
King d2 since I will get mated somehow with the checking, but...
I was keep playing the top engine moves, but I barely understand anymore. Okay, let's say is king f1 more human, you think, yeah?
King d2 is funny. It's a funny line because if you play king d2 instead of king f1, queen f6, you can play knight b5 computer likes that move because you are avoiding the mate queen f4, and there are at least 5 pieces attacked. Every piece is attacked.
This position is giving me a headache. But okay, look at Fabi, down to 7 minutes. I think time could become a serious problem here for him.
Still 7 minutes is a lot. He can take his time.
I mean, we're happy for him to take his time, of course, but I think the problem is also the more time he takes, the scarier it gets to play bishop e7, no?
Yeah, because the problem is not solved after bishop e7. He needs to solve more problems in the next moves. So he knows about that. Like he likes to play these kind of positions. He knows he need that time. He need enough time to spot another best moves. I think that the move he will have problems is bishop h4, or I mean the idea of knight f3 and then bishop h4. Yeah, bishop e7 will be not a problem. The problem will be after knight f7. That idea of take and bishop h4.
Because what happens if you take immediately?
Sacrifice the queen.
I just...
And bishop h4, you sacrifice the rook also. And then queen f2.
Very nice. And if you take, just here.
Oh, that is an interesting line.
And what's knight?
Two
Back
pieces
to
for
f7 again.
Oh, okay. I was thinking about knight e6, but knight f7 seems also good.
Both seem very tempting, actually. Yeah, but here I would like Hikaru's chances, especially now with this huge time advantage.
That is a position.
Oh, he goes bishop e7. Wow.
5 minutes, 34 seconds. Okay. Enough time? We'll see. We'll see.
This is gonna get very, very, very spicy. Okay, I guess
maybe it's the craziest game till now.
I know. I mean, I was really hoping for an exciting game, but I was not even dreaming that it could get this exciting.
Not too exciting. Please, less exciting.
Yeah, too much, guys. Okay, Hikaru is back at the board. I was trying to see, would he show any visible reaction?
Okay, he plays really fast bishop f7. He needs... Okay, if he plays that fast, he should have something.
But he was probably thinking about this, even if he was away from the board. I mean, Fabi spent so long on bishop e7 that it makes sense that Hikaru had already figured out his answer. And now 2 squares. King f8 is the better one, according to the computer.
It's the line we saw it and was not good for white, actually. Because leads to a position you are playing just for draw. FG4 or castle is the same. Bishop G5, castle. Bishop C1. And now also is a problem to think Rook C1 or Queen C1. I think Queen C1 is the best because you're avoiding Queen G5. And then HG4. And now the problem starts. Only move to just survive. That is the bad part of this scenario.
But I still, okay, let's say king. Okay, first of all, what happens if I, okay, knight g2, wow. And always this queen is so powerful.
That kind of idea is not difficult to spot actually because it's forced attack.
But if I give this check?
Yeah, Fabiano has the chance to play for the win. That is the bad part. He can make a draw.
So, I mean, do you feel so sure here if you're black that you're better?
I don't like this position because I am totally dominated. The knight on d4 is excellent. My knight on c3 and my bishop on f7 are not attacking nothing, any square, any piece. The g4 pawn is always threatening knight f3 ideas.
By the way, Jose, sorry to interrupt you, but Fabi went to d7.
Oh, thank you, because it's the move we can expect more chances for Hikaru. Actually, it's not a blunder.
It's hard to call it a blunder, right?
But it's a light of the
the chat goes whoop, whoop. Okay, so what's the difference now? So if we
we need to take on g4, bishop g5. And now GH5, you will have the queen g4 move in between at the end. That is the.
What did you say? Sorry, if?
Yeah, GH5, just to have the g4 square for the queen. Yeah.
I have absolutely no idea what is going on here.
Oh, king f1 is the only move. King f2 fails. Incredible, because knight e3, other move in between.
Of course.
You will get check after bishop e3, bishop e3. That's why king f1 is the best. Because if the king is in f1 now, you will check in g4 on g4. But now you just get mated, almost mated.
Yeah. So king f1.
Oh, he plays. Yeah, they are playing now the line. Only move GH5 from Hikaru, not other way. I think is the only move also. You can see the other moves engine are suggesting. Knight b5 is impossible move, and knight b5 is suggesting the engine as the third
knight
option.
b5.
That's incredible. I don't understand.
It basically means that we have to take to not get mated, right?
Basically, is the logical one.
Yeah. Oh, okay, but I think I'm trying to think, does it make sense? I think it makes sense, right? What did he do? Okay, he took, as you said, to free the square. And now knight takes g2, the best, but I think also quite logical.
Yeah, also is also the 99% move.
Yeah. That's on the board.
King f2. That is the decision. You don't know the small difference, but that small difference can change the whole game. No? King f1, king f2. If Caruana is aware of that mistake, or if he just calculate a little more, he can find knight a3, and that could lead to a bad scenario, maybe a lost position.
The line we just saw, it was not so obvious from a distance. Why is the king not better here? But because it is being checked, it cannot recapture. I mean, let's just show this again. If the king takes, you are gonna get mated very soon with the rook coming in. Oof, this is very bad news.
It's not the end. If he finds knight e3, he can take and then king g3. bishop f4 and king h3. He's surviving somehow. He's surviving. The position is a game. It's basically a game. It's not finished.
It's a crazy game. It's a game, but a crazy game.
Crazy one, yeah.
But I think this is a case of definitely. I think that move was definitely made too fast, and Fabi does not find knight e3, and
let's go.
a mistake is met by another mistake.
Wow.
What is happening? Okay, so what? Queen g4?
It's still a game, but now it's in our favor. It's in our favor.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this game is insane. What do you do? Do you run with the king or do you block?
I will put in d6 because it's the safest square, and then I can play c6. Yeah.
I like that d6 is the safest square for the king. Yeah. And
why then Jinx is still suggesting knight b5? I don't understand chess. Knight b5 as a second move is crazy. Just giving away the knight for nothing.
For no reason, yeah? Just to get the knight away from the square, or what?
Maybe he wants queen e6. Yeah, that is I think that is the reason.
Okay.
Yeah,
at
and
least
a draw.
It makes sense.
And maybe a draw. Yeah. Queen c5 before. Queen before rook b1. This could
I would be very scared here to get mated with
Hikaru could think this could be a mate, but incredibly, rook b1, king a5 is no more than draw.
Even you can go to c5.
Oh, also.
Wow. And a draw. Simple chess. I like this draw, rook b5. Wow. Okay, this is insanity.
Actually, they play now.
Queen g4 is on the board.
So king d6. Yeah, he needs to maintain his knight.
The safest square, as you said.
Yeah, he will not play knight e6. I think knight e6 leads to maybe end game or a middle game. For Hikaru will be not a problem to win it.
How?
Bishop g5, queen g5, and then first bishop e6, knight e6, takes, and this position is technically winning for Hikaru. It will be not a problem, and it's also easy to calculate this.
Yeah, this would be nice to finally have some clarity, an extra pawn, no more craziness. Fabi's down to only in a minute and a half. He does play king d6. So the craziness continues. So what were we saying? Bishop takes. Is this even what we're looking at?
Yeah. Queen g7 has an idea. You want to check on g6, but it's always queen f6. So you take the pawn and then you are threatening queen g6. So that's why black needs to play c6 to have a square for the king. And it's also a game. You have 2 pawns up, but black control every single dark square in the position.
Yeah, and the king could suddenly become...
And also the white king is in trouble. The knight and the bishop on f4 are really exceptional pieces, or excellent pieces. The material doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I was gonna say this would still be very much a 3-result game. I'm very happy that Hikaru has this huge time advantage, because I think that could become a factor. So do you think he will take? Probably, yeah?
Or 92 is a kind of Hikaru's move. It's a Hikaru's style move. You trade the best piece of the opponent and plays from that.
Yeah.
I think it's better than take on g7 in a
a bit less
practical
risk.
way.
Yeah.
In a practical way.
Yeah. Okay, so this is an interesting moment. We expect either knight e2 or queen g7. Queen g7 a bit stronger according to the engines, but maybe knight e2 more practical, more human. Yeah?
It's like 80% he will play knight e2, 20% he will make a risk of queen takes g7. Maybe I consider like queen g6 forcing the queen trade is more often played by Hikaru than queen g7 because it's also another position Hikaru can evaluate he can win this position than get to a complication, unnecessary complications on queen g7.
But don't you think that the fact that Fabi only has 2 minutes will make Hikaru more eager to want to go for the complications?
Actually, there is a concept I heard about that. If you have a good position, you need to calm the situation. Actually, black needs to complicate the position because it's the side who more often will get worse. So he needs to complicate as much as possible. Hikaru has a pawn up. Sometimes that is enough to convert any kind of endgame. So if he has the chance to trade the best piece with knight e2, he will choose more than take on g7.
I think you're starting to convince me that maybe knight e2 is the move. I think he will still be tempted. I think he will invest some time into queen g7. And then, well, let's see that line one more time. So if queen g7,
every move
c6,
is surviving. That is the bad part of queen g7. Every move, c6, rook f8, bishop h6, is surviving for black. And Hikaru likes, if Hikaru is on black side in this position, he will feel really happy because it's a lot of chaos.
But how do you... It's not so easy, right? I mean, if black has to find a move like king c5 or...
Imagine I play queen b6 at the correct moment, where and I'm attacking b2, I'm attacking a discovered check for the diagonal. It's not possible now, for sure. Let's play king c5, a normal move. Okay, this is a normal move. With white, I don't know which move is normal because black is threatening knight c2, so maybe bishop b3 is the maybe
But
most
what about
normal.
this check, actually?
Okay, and king b4.
King b4.
Also normal move. Most normal move on the world.
And now bishop b3, defending everything, huh?
Then king a5. I don't want to allow c3, so there is a really prophylactic
But can
way.
I not take something, no?
Yeah, you can take it, but you're not threatening nothing.
I know.
But bishop d2 and black is threatening mate because bishop d2 after queen b7 taking pawn is not allowing you to play king e1. So
now I would be suddenly very scared as well.
Yeah. You think Hikaru wants this craziness?
No, actually.
Maybe for the content, but also he wants to win, so you need to decide.
Okay, it's a lot more complex than I realized. I think he's going to spend quite a bit of time here.
I just hope he will not play knight b5 is the way to draw. Maybe he can think he can win it, but
yeah, actually that is a good point, that those lines we were looking at, right? I like that after knight b5 the computer doesn't even want to take. Computer is saying, okay.
Oh, computer likes black's position. Oh my god.
Yeah, okay, the more I look at this, the more I listen to you, I think maybe knight e2. I think you have convinced me.
The bad part is if we can see knight e2, there is a queen f6 move. Black is attacking the bishop and also attacking bishop e3 ideas of maybe mate or some mate. So white should take on d4 and then play queen f5. Maybe only way to to maintain the advantage, I mean the pawn up, but it's also hard to, maybe he's not convinced he can win that.
Maybe, yeah, that he can win, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Also, bishop b3 is an option. You instead of queen f5, you allow bishop b3. Imagine bishop b3.
Here?
No, bishop b3 here. Yeah, take e d4, and then white plays bishop b3, nor bishop g6. I don't know which, whatever. Bishop g6 is better. You allow a check, and you will put your king on h3, and you are good. That is maybe the best way.
Another normal move.
Yeah, and it's important to have the bishop on g6 because you are reinforcing your defending twice the h5.
Oh, Jose. Queen takes g7.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
He wants the craziness. Okay.
He wants the craziness. He spent a lot of time calculating. I still think that it will be tough for Fabi to play this, but I mean, all these moves, c6 made sense, but then as soon as the king starts running, like, come on. c6, I agree, is logical.
Rook ag1 also is logical, and now we will find if Fabiano plays king c5.
Yeah, I think that's such a hard move. Like, I have no idea, but to me, and rook g1 is played, so now Fabi has a minute and a half.
Also, knight c2 is an option. I didn't consider it.
Yeah.
This seems like the Capablanca game, like the king was in c5 and get mated, and seems like d4. Wow. I don't know which move is it's more strange. Rook g6 and bishop d5 or d4 direct, because it's rook g6, king c5, bishop d5 idea. It's not crazy if you see tactics, but it's just that move is not a normal one.
I feel exhausted just from watching this game. I don't even want to know how the players are feeling. Fabi down to 40 seconds. I think Hikaru is such a huge favorite to win this game now, just because I mean, all of these moves, like just taking on c2 and pretending, la la la, everything is fine, is so hard. King c5 is also a very hard move to make. I mean, I think it's just too tough to defend this with seconds on the clock.
Maybe king c5 will be the move for Fabiano.
10 seconds.
Yeah, knight c2 with a few seconds is not a decision. Or rook h6.
h6. Rook h6 was the third computer choice. We didn't look at this, but it makes some sense, right? To defend the sixth rank.
Yeah, was a weird one, but the reason is just to avoid rook g6 or to prevent, to be ready for.
So if rook g6, Fabi will take and...
Yeah, it's unnecessary to do rook g6 because the rook on h6 are not doing nothing, so it's
but
better.
Can I not start pushing?
You need to be sure, like, there are not counterplay after knight c2, queen d4, that kind of counterplay. You need to be sure you are winning.
Yeah.
Bishop d5, only move to win.
That's insane. Okay, never mind. What would happen, by the way, if I just keep pushing?
At least
I'm already in trouble.
lot of checks.
Yeah.
Even if you don't have, if black doesn't have checks, you can sacrifice your rook and take all the pawns.
Yeah. Okay. So the top computer move, guys, a normal move, bishop b3.
Actually, bishop b3 is a good move.
Just keeping everything safe, yeah? Is there another idea behind bishop b3 other than protecting this pawn?
Actually, no. It's his main idea, and it's a really important idea because the only idea of black is taking on c2, actually. But let's see what...
Yeah. I was wondering, do you feel as white here that you want to do something more?
Rook g4 is a move that is a Hikaru move. is a sign of Hikaru. Yeah, he's threatening a lot of things. Time to Fabiano to think. Also, it's a move like black can defend easily with queen f6, but in a blitz or in a less than control, rook g4 is instantly moved from Hikaru.
Very tricky, yeah. I'm curious. I will be very impressed if Hikaru plays bishop b3. I always find it so hard when you're just attacking all the time. Like every move is like an attacking move. I find it so hard to find a quiet move like bishop b3. We looked at this guy's rook g6. And basically Jose told me that there are still some issues. I mean, you can even go to c5.
Yeah.
Oops, not here.
Imagine c7, c5, a3. But anyway, if you push the pawn, yeah, the c2 pawn will.
Yeah, and then there's immediately, I mean, it's probably, this is actually the exact position we were looking at, where bishop e5 is the only winning move. I still didn't understand why.
It's sacrificing. Yeah, it's difficult to understand, but you are prioritizing. You will promote the pawn. You are only avoid the only threat black has is the counterplay on the d file. Also, taking the bishop is a bad decision because knight d5 will lead to a lot of new tactics for white, and also it's forcing you to go to b8 or b7.
And if if b8, the problem is now this pawn is And if the king goes to d7,
no, knight f4, and then at least you should have a double attack. That knight on c2 is not defended, so maybe rook c1 first. E4, ef4, rook c1. No, rook c1 is a bad move because queen h4 now, but maybe h7 first.
Maybe just push again now.
And we will see that.
Yeah.
There is a nice line like queen h8, imagine, queen h8, queen f7. Imagine queen c8, king c8, queen g8, king c7, and queen a8. It's not working, but because queen d4, but imagine if I take the queen and I trade the queen.
Oh, wow. Hikaru found bishop b3.
And b5 from Fabiano.
Which the computer does not like at all.
Now it's time of knight e2. Yeah, the move.
You called it.
The move like finish the game. Actually, after this move, just Hikaru can not win by a miracle, or if he flags. This is matter of technique. 2 points up. Maybe c3 just to avoid queen d4 to don't let new opportunities from Fabiano.
Very, very impressive stuff by Hikaru. Of course, he still has to finish it off. Finishing off a winning game in chess is one of the hardest parts.
Could be a 99% game. I think.
Can I not?
I don't know where can I see that, but was an incredible, excellent game.
Yeah, I mean, very, I don't think it can be so high because in the opening, probably the computer did not prove bishop takes e5, right? But from that moment on, I mean, if you play all the top moves, I think.
Rook g6, excellent. Just don't take with the pawn because we'll allow queen g5, queen g2. Just need to take with the queen. Yeah, queen g5, queen g2 is also crazy, but it's terrible. Yeah, queen g6. And then the thing is you need to see where black can get counterplay, where that black queen can enter and doesn't have squares. Now he's threatening rook d8 to try to make pressure on d3, but is the only idea Fabiano has. After bishop c2, just h6, h7, and that's all.
What did you say after?
Yeah, queen d7, h6, and after rook d8, yeah, you just can play bishop c2, or like the engine, bishop d5, if you want to be more perfect, more
I think
computer,
this is more human.
more human. Yeah, bishop c2 is enough to decide.
Okay, we are getting close here. Hikaru is taking his time to finish this one out, but if he wins it, it's going to be a very important win. He will be back in the tournament. It's a very long event. I mean, we have 3 days of rapid and 2 days of Blitz, but still this win.
Oh,
Oh, wow. He's doing it in style. Bishop d5.
I would like to see king a5. I don't know, just to allow before and that stuff.
King c7 instead. And I think this is going to be over very soon.
I guess bishop g8 is an option. It's the safest way to win, I think.
I like bishop g8 in this poor work. Okay, bishop e6, I think was the top move.
Or yeah, just straight queens, bishop g8, and you are exchange up for the entire game. No?
Yeah.
And Fabiano resigns right now.
Huge game. Oh, actually, I misunderstood. You know what, guys? Because of the 10-minute delay, I think we're gonna be joined by Hikaru
Right now.
I think right now. I think any moment. So don't go anywhere. There will be no breaks, no nothing. We will get to hear from Hikaru pretty much immediately. So that's going to be very exciting. Let's see if there's still some games going.
Congrats to Hikaru. Yeah, he plays a really
Yeah.
exciting game with the take all his risk, but he has okay, Fabiano has the last mistake in the position. He plays knight f4, the big mistake, the only mistake of the game.
Yeah.
It's a credit of both for that exciting match.
Absolutely. We'll hear. Let's actually, while we wait for Hikaru, let's see. Who do you want to see? Let's see what is more exciting. Okay, this is definitely more exciting. So let's take a quick look at Lenier against Alireza. Oof. Wow, Lenier is in fine form today. What is this last move? Rook c2. So it looks like
It's he has a lot of advantage, but really low time.
yeah.
You know, like Firouzja, he likes to create a lot of complications. It's not a easy game for Linear now.
But how do you, the problem is it's not so easy to complicate things, right, for black?
Hopefully for Linear, no. I think Rook G1, King A2, Firouzja can threat some mate in A1 with both rooks in the first, Rook F3, Rook F1
Oh, what
could
am
be
I
a
saying?
threat.
Sorry, Rook f3.
Yeah. But Queen D7 threatening Queen D6 is enough to finish the game. Just
There
in
will
time
be
to
no mate.
trade queens. Just in time.
Alireza still looking to create some chances, but Lenier, I mean, with a win here, he will move to 5 points. Let's see, how did Jan? So Jan won his game against Pragnananda. Pragnananda, who's really struggling on 1 point. Wesley against Levon was a draw. And, well, we saw that Hikaru won his game against Fabi. And the other game that's still going on is MVL is pressing against Nodirbek, but yeah, very tight standings after they won.
How is the leaderboard until now, until these results?
I'm I'm not sure actually. I see the leaderboard on the stream, but I don't know if that's being live updated. No, probably. No, yeah, it should be live updated actually.
Could be Linear is in the first place if he wins this game because he's 3 of 4 points.
Yeah, he will have 5 points, yeah?
Yeah, 6.
Wow. Yeah, no, he can get maximum too, right? From the game.
Yeah. So he has 1 win and 1 draw. If he wins this game against Firuza, he would have 2.5 points of 3.
Yeah, which is 5 points, right? Yeah, so he will have 5. He will be the sole leader, I think. A very impressive start from Linear. Alireza is still thinking. It looks like he had built up a nice time advantage, but it's probably not gonna save him here. The fact that he hasn't made a move yet is a bad sign. And guys, do not go anywhere. Hikaru is actually, he's ready to join. There were some tech issues, but he will be here in just a second. And what happened here?
Incredible. It's a good try. It's a good try because there are not really logical moves. Rook G1 is the best move, I think, is the only one. BC3 is really risky. Yeah, you are allowing a lot of checks. Yeah, you have two rooks up, but it could be one if black takes on c3 and then on f6, so it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, this is... I mean, but why is... Again, I'm so confused. You have to take on a3 first.
No, because queen c3, rook b2 is winning. So you need to do the correct checks. Yeah.
But now Alireza he is getting a chance here.
Yeah, he will not lose this position, I think. Maybe he can win because the position is still complicated. The queen c3 is not possible. So yeah, Linear finds a way to just make a repetition. If queen c3, rook b2, you cannot take on f6 because it's mate on b7. So you don't have nothing better than check, a3 and b3. Oh, he plays queen.
He's going for it. But okay, we are being joined now. Hikaru, thank you for joining us.
Hello.
You're muted.
Yes, there we go. Okay, that's better. Yeah.
Welcome. And wow, what a final game. I don't know if you want to look at your game immediately, if you want to see the end of this. You probably already know what happened.
I don't know what the end of that game was because I left pretty much right away. But anyway, yeah, we can just talk about my day, I guess, to keep it simple because the games were definitely unusual, that's for sure.
It was a bit of a roller coaster. Before we dive into the game, what are your thoughts overall on the first day?
Yeah, I mean, chess is a very strange game. If you want to look at chess as something of like, you know, making right decisions, making wrong decisions, all these sorts of things. I think the result is where it should be, but the way I got to the result is probably wrong. You know, the first game against Maxime, I got a great position. This game, if it's probably classical chess or it's not the first game that I've played in like 3 months, I'm pretty confident that I win this one. But I got really sloppy with this one move knight g5, and then Maxime found knight c8. And I know maybe I had some chances, but already I was a little bit unsure of everything. And I just thought I gotta, you know, just make the draw. Don't mess up the tournament right away. So this was a big
moment here, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my initial idea was to play rook b1 here, and it's kind of shades of this SEC match against Nepo, where basically if I have too much time to think, I somehow play the wrong move, I make the wrong decision, and if I play this move in like 5 seconds, I just go rook b1 or bishop d2 immediately, and I win this game. But then I spent like 2 or 3 minutes, and it's already not so wonderful. So yeah, I'll turn off the light because people said I look a little bit too bright. So yeah, like.
Yeah, sorry, no, go ahead.
So yeah, I mean, I know that I was better after that, but already it was wasn't simple. I know I had this moment when he played this bishop h8 move, but already by this point, I simply wanted to make the draw because I didn't feel very good about everything.
Yeah, I was wondering actually in the end, were you aware that it was a threefold?
Yeah, I mean, of course I was aware, but like I also basically, here's what I would say. I played this event in 2022, I think it was. I didn't play last year. And in the first game in 2022, I think I lost with the black pieces to Dominguez in a game where I was better, if not winning at some point. And then I lost the second game, and the tournament was effectively a waste. I mean, at least the rapid portion. So like that was kind of in the back of my mind too, that it's like I haven't played over the board in a very long time, and I didn't want to kind of throw it all away at the start.
Okay, so that was game 1, and then game 2 against Nodirbek.
Yeah, I mean, game 2, of course, was quite a bit of a tragedy because I had a great position in this middle game. But I think mostly I was very unsure about everything that was going on. I just I didn't know whether I was better or I was worse, and I got kind of sloppy. I think there was this one moment after bishop d3 where if I castle queenside, I should be completely fine, if not better. And once I took on d4, I mean, objectively, it's still, I mean, a computer would draw it quite easily, but I think from a human perspective, it's very tough to play. And Nodirbek found a lot of very good moves. Found a lot of good moves in this endgame. Like I said, a computer would have found a way to draw it without too much difficulty, but I think from a practical human standpoint, very, very difficult. Very, very hard to play. And the third game, I kind of just wanted to have fun. I mean, I played this h4. I knew it wasn't particularly great. And then Fabiano was, of course, prepared as usual. And I got this very messy position where I guess after d5, apparently knight takes d5 is okay.
Yeah,
but I played bishop takes d5.
Yeah, do you know that Niklas Huschenbeet, we were informed, reached this position and he took with the bishop as well? Did you know that?
No, I mean, I was not aware that he had this position. I mean, I spoke to Chris after the game, and he obviously mentioned another famous game that was played between Vachier-Lagrave and Vachier-Lagrave with this position after bishop takes f7, where king f8 is apparently winning for black. But the thing is, if this were a classical game, I'm pretty confident I would have lost this. But in a blitz game or a rapid game, I mean, this was much more like a blitz game by that point because Fabiano spent so much time. I thought king d7 was the practical human move. King f8 to me seemed kind of odd. So it's a little bit surprising to find out that apparently king f8 is just winning here versus king d7.
Yeah, we weren't sure about winning, but
well, I mean, you guys don't have a supercomputer, so
okay, fair enough.
I mean, basically, what Chris told me after the game is that after king f8, it's -5 for some reason.
Oh wow!
So
okay.
So I mean, yeah, I don't know why it's -5. I haven't actually looked at it yet, but it's supposed to be -5. Whereas after king d7, I mean, I think it was still probably equals, my guess, somewhere around here. But it was very hard for black to play with no time.
But just to rewind a few moves, I mean, in the opening, we were so confused because Fabi was blitzing us first, but then he sank into the tank. What do you think was going on?
Well, I mean, I think Fabiano. I mean, Fabiano did not prepare this before the game. I mean, you can look at a bunch of different openings, but unless you happen to look at it the day of the game, it's very difficult to remember some of these things. I think a good example. I know it's not as critical, but like when I played Nepo in the candidates, we got to position on like move 20, and then he played the natural human move, which I think was king g8, and it was the wrong move. So like if you haven't looked at it the day of, I mean, as great as people want to think chess players are, I mean, our memories are not perfect, and I think Fabiano knew that d5 was correct. He probably knew bishop d5 was wrong. And then after I played f3, he started thinking because he couldn't quite remember how the line goes. Also because Fabiano, of course, is Mr. Preparation. And I'm sure he knew that knight takes d5 was the best move. So he just couldn't figure it out, I mean, is what I would say.
And then here in this moment, I mean, after he went to d7 and this happened, how are you feeling around here?
I mean, I did. There was this one critical moment. Yeah, knight takes g2, king f2. I was sure he would play bishop takes c1. I was actually shocked by knight by knight f4. I mean, I was completely shocked by this. I mean, I don't know what's going on even here after queen g4 check. It's a very big mess. But I was sure he would go for something like king c6, rook c1, knight f4, and then use the knights in the middle of the board.
And so instead, knight f4.
Right, and then I took, and he played king d6, and I had to think here for a bit because I did have a forced draw. I was looking to see if there was a mate with.
Wait, you gave a check,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, so did I take first? Yeah, check king d6,
check.
bishop f4, bishop f4. There's knight b5, but there's no way.
Knight b5.
Yeah, knight b5 takes, check, king c5, b4, king b4, rook b1, king a5, rook b5, king b5, but there's no mate. It's almost like a puzzle rush. There's some puzzle rushes where you have one of these the king goes like c6, b6 or something.
What were you saying? Sorry. Were you talking about knight b5?
Yeah, knight b5, knight takes knight, queen e6, king c5, b4.
We looked at variation.
Yeah, this is what we looked at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, king b4, rook b1, king a5, rook hb1, of course.
So you saw that there is no mate, right?
Yeah, I didn't see a mate, but there's still a draw here. I can sack the rook on b5 and just check forever with the queen. Like queen b3, king c5, queen c4, just check forever. So I saw this, but then like he's also low on time, so I thought, I mean, I've already lost the game. If I were on an even score, like if I had 2 draws, I'm not so sure that I would have made the same decisions. But having already, messed up the second game, I figured why not just go for it. And so yeah, so what I played queen g7, right, which I think was a good move.
Yeah, we were actually, this was an interesting moment. Yeah. Jose thought maybe you would go knight e2 here to try and get rid of this b.
Yeah, knight e2 was one of my original ideas. Why did I not play knight e2? I thought knight e2 just queen f6 and it's a draw, actually. What was the idea?
It's actually not a draw, but you will lead to an endgame, knight d4 and bishop g6. Yeah, allowing queen f2 idea.
Allowing bishop e3. Okay, this. Yeah, this is it's very hard to allow this actually, but yeah, the king runs to h3. Yeah, that actually I just didn't consider this because I assume there's some bishop e3 or something, and I'm in trouble. Like this, because knight e2 and knight d5 were the first 2 moves that I considered before playing rook g1. That's yeah, knight e2 makes sense then. Yeah, knight e2 is a good move. Okay. Yeah, I just assumed queen f6 and something bad was happening, but I can just move the bishop to g6. Yeah, then I probably should have done this. Although I guess
queen g7 was very good.
The best move actually.
Oh, okay. And then...
it felt that maybe there's a bit more risk involved here, but also with Fabi being so low on the clock, I think.
I mean, again, if I'm not on a -1 score, if I don't have a draw and a loss, I don't know if I make these same decisions. But because of the score, it's like, I mean, I might as well try. I mean, Fabiano's low on time. I mean, there's like, what's the worst that can happen? I lose the game, and then I can just I can mail it in the next 2 days and focus on the Blitz. But I just felt like I had to go for it because of the result I was on. Yeah, rook h6. I thought I still felt like king c5 or something. And it was unclear. But Fabi was so low on time here. I mean, I think it's very hard. I mean, king c5, I think, is a borderline impossible move to play because there's knight a4, there's bishop b3. I mean, there's so many different options.
Do you have any move in mind after knight c2 instead of king c5 now?
C5? I mean, no. I just assumed I have something. I didn't know what I'm supposed to.
Because
I thought maybe I could knight a4.
There is an idea of check and bishop d5, like it's just avoiding like any counterplay and poison bishop. Yeah.
This is interesting. Yeah. Bishop d5.
Maybe
yeah, I mean, I think probably I find this because I had like 10+ minutes here. And actually, do I have any other moves? I'm not sure I do. Because queen d4 is unstoppable otherwise.
Yeah, bishop c4 and escaping.
Yeah, maybe some magic, but very hard to play also.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think I probably would have found it because of the time situation. Yeah, no, I think I would have found it, but the problem is Fabiano. Like, I mean, of course, I started using my times from around here, and I think his problem is like he basically he sort of got set on playing a move, or it's like he had in his mind. I think when he played rook h6 right around here when I started using time. I think in his mind he just said, "This move, I play this move. That move, I play that move." And so like he was trying to think on my time. And his response, I think, he intended to move immediately rather than try and use 10 seconds because he just decided he wouldn't get to like 3 or 4 seconds period. And I mean, the next couple of moves were very bad, obviously. I played, what did I play? 92 here?
Bishop b3, right. Actually, which we were very impressed by. It was the top move. And I was saying, I think it's not so easy when you've gone forward the whole game to then find this quiet defensive move.
Well, I mean, the thing is, basically, what I saw bishop b3, I thought he could take. And then, I mean, all I saw was that after knight b3, I can take with the a pawn. There's queen b6, king f1, and I didn't see a mate. That, I mean, I figured I have rook g6, so I can't ever be losing, at least. I mean, maybe I'm wrong and I've messed this all up already, but that was my assumption about the position, at least. Yeah, and I mean, then he played b5 immediately, and I mean, after b5 knight e2, it's all going the wrong direction. He traded as well, which was, I mean, I figure queen b6 and hope, but I mean, after knight e2, king e2, it's over basically. I mean, this probably is also winning after rook g6, I assume.
Yeah.
Actually, no, rook g6, knight e6, king f1, queen e3 might still be tricky. I think I saw this actually, like king f1, queen e3, and I wasn't sure, but I figured I can't be losing, so I have to play it anyway. But like, because even here, if I go like rook g1, there's no mate. No. But I wasn't sure about this, but I just figured I'm not getting mated here, so I'm not getting mated. There has to be something to at least save the game. But then Fabiano took on e2 right away, and after that, I mean, I think it's hopeless because there's no counterplay after c3.
Do you enjoy playing these super sharp? I mean, is it fun for you to play these very high stakes, very high pressure, sharp games?
I mean, I think it really depends on what my score is. So considering that I had lost the second game, I think I was very happy to get this because it's very much it's binary. Either I win the game or I lose the game. There's no in between. I mean, in cases like this, you definitely want a decisive game. So it's a lot of fun to have this after losing the second game. But I would say if say I draw my first two games, I would have been very unhappy with this game. So it's all kind of relative. But I thought I did a good job in this game. Unlike the other two games, basically I started moving fast and I used my time when I needed to, and I found decent moves at least, unlike in the first two games.
And surely it must be nice to end the day, as you said, you know, the games and results maybe didn't match up, but it must feel sweet to end the day like this.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to win a game like this. I think it was a fun game. And at least now I have something to play for in the next 2 days. Whereas like if I had drawn this game, or let's just say I had drawn the game, I'd be feeling very unhappy with everything. But you know, that's kind of how chess goes. Somehow you get the results when you don't play the great game. When you play the great game, you mess it up and something goes wrong. So I've kind of gotten used to it, but I'm pretty happy with the result overall. I think, you know, effectively 3 draws is pretty good.
People are asking if there will be a recap tonight.
I don't know. I mean, I have to do a recap of the actual tournament that matters, which is in Italy first, before I get to this tournament. So I'm not actually sure. Probably I'll do 2 recaps, but I haven't decided yet. So we'll just have to see.
And maybe just the final question: how is it to be back in St. Louis?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely it's nice to be back in a familiar location. I would say that I've played many tournaments here over the years, and it feels very familiar. That being said, I haven't done well, I would say, in the last couple of tournaments that I've played here, so I kind of want to try and put in a better performance. But overall, I mean, I've been coming to St. Louis since 2009 now at this point, so already 15 years. And you know, also I was feeling kind of old during the first round, because during this first round there were several games which were being played in openings that I played like at least a decade ago now at this point. There was the game between Dominguez and Nodirbek and the Dragon, and I think I won in this line with Black against Duda and Gibraltar in like, I don't know, like 2016 maybe, or like ages and ages ago. There was another game also in round 1, which was what was the game? There was another one that was played in some line that I'd looked at ages ago as well. So it was kind of nostalgic actually. Looking through a lot of the games in the first round, but nonetheless, you know, that's how it goes. So yeah.
Great. Well, Hikaru, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Hikaru.
Yeah, actually, I just want to give a big shout, of course, to both of you, Fiona and Jose. I mean, you guys did a great job doing commentary, so big shout out to both of you as well for doing a good job. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Have a good one. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll catch you then.
Good luck.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, have a good one, Jose. See you, Fiona.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, well, we heard, I think it was really such a crucial win this one, you know, to keep him in the tournament. Tomorrow is a new day, you know, he's on a 50% score. And I think, as he mentioned, to win in such a fashion, I'm sure you can relate, is always especially nice, right?
Oh, it's incredible. We love to see Hikaru get a comeback, as we always we know him a lot. We expect a best performance from him, but in the not good scenarios, he is capable for of these things, of win this kind of situation, exciting match, giving the best show, the best games, and we are really hoping the best for him in these 4 next days.
Absolutely. Lots of chess still to be played tomorrow. Another big day. He will be playing Alireza Kviruja, Levon Aronian, and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jose, I believe you're traveling tomorrow?
I'm traveling tomorrow at 4 p.m. here, so I will be joining with you on
Whatever
Wednesday.
that day is, Wednesday.
I was thinking which day is today.
Weekdays are very hard. I also struggle. Jose, it was such a pleasure doing commentary with you today. I look forward to having you back on Wednesday. Guys, thank you so much for watching. As usual, you were great. I will be back here tomorrow with Alex Estane. So I will see you tomorrow. Jose, I will see you on Wednesday. Until then, thanks for watching. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be here. Again, thank you to Hikaru for inviting me. It's an excellent challenge for me. This is my second language, as you know. I usually speak Spanish every time, and I hope everyone enjoy the commentary. I will try to do better next time, so I will improve my best.
I think you did very well. You're very humble. You were great, and it was so much fun.
Also, with you, Fiona, it's really easy. You are a great commentator and best partner to commentate. Thank you so much.
I'll see you on Wednesday, guys. Have a good one. Thank you. Bye, bye, bye.